Chapter 931. Why are you so surprised? It seems like I have far surpassed your peak. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile. He felt very happy to see Little Sovereign so shocked. Little Sovereign crossed his arms and snorted, "Smelly brat, you have indeed surpassed me. Don't leave me behind in the future. I still want to stand at the peak with you and look at the myriad halls realm." He had heard Zhou Xuanji mention the 9 souls before. In the mortal realm, Zhou Xuanji had relied on the 9 souls in the legendary swords to escape danger many times, and in the end, Zhou Xuanji had helped them revive. It sounded like a beautiful story, but he did not want that. He wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji forever. He believed that this kid would surpass his imagination. I won't abandon you. Right, there's a law of time in this court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded before explaining how powerful the time law was. Little Sovereign touched his chin and guessed, according to what you said, it might really be from the endless universe. But how could that guy have such a treasure? It can't be that the time law came knocking on my door, right? Zhou Xuanji thought about it carefully. Could it be that the great sovereign had a serendipity in the boundless universe? He might even have a backer. He shook his head. So what if he had a backer? Currently, the boundless universe was in turmoil and chaos, so what if he provoked another powerful enemy? Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to focus on absorbing the court realm. His supreme divine power was extremely powerful, and he was able to forcefully merge the spacetime of the court realm with his own soul. After the fusion of time and space, he had to adapt the rules of the realm of the dynasty to his soul aura. This process would take a long time, but Zhou Xuanji could afford to wait. As he waited, he sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. After some investigation, he had a general understanding of this Fangting realm. Zhensu Court Realm. Its creator was also a supreme of the Kunlun origin court, and his seniority was even lower than that of a little supreme. Up until now, true noble court realm had already given birth to 12 exalts. In terms of the number of origin fusion divine lords, it was inferior to the Kunlun origin court, but in terms of overall number, it was not a small number. All living beings of the true Su court, heed my command. Your sovereign has fallen. From today onwards, I, the Sword Emperor, will control all of you. I will make the true Su court even stronger. In the future, all of you will belong to the same faction as the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the true Su court. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. To the living beings of Zhensu court, they had no way of knowing what was happening outside, much less the battle that had just occurred. Therefore, all of this was too sudden for them. What? Did Jizun die? Sword Emperor. Who is he? Isn't the Kunlun origin court the legendary place of origin? Impossible. Jizun will be defeated? Oh my God, have we been subdued? What happened? Who is he? What kind of place is the Kunlun origin court? The various planes of true Su court realm were shaken, even the millions of mortals sighing in admiration. The name of the Sword Emperor instantly became known to everyone. Zhou Xuanji sent an outer-of-soul doppelganger into the court. Taking in the true Su court was very complicated, and it was not as simple as just placing it in his soul. Next, he would arrange for Exalt Hongchen and Xian Xianghua to enter the true Su court realm and help him control this realm. At the same time, it would also allow them to absorb more of the source laws, strengthen themselves, and charge towards the Grand Supreme Realm step by step. Then, he summoned Supreme Crimson Dust and Xian Xianghua. What is it? Xian Xianghua asked. She was thinking about improving her cultivation technique, but she was moved here. Naturally, she felt a little depressed. Supreme Crimson Dust, on the other hand, was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's strength. This time, facing Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine power, she couldn't even detect it. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the sovereign palace. The gap between the two was growing rapidly. Thinking of this, Supreme Crimson Dust's mood became complicated. I have just subdued a court realm. It's called the True Su Court Realm. Later, you will be the sovereign and rule this court realm. How about it? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Hearing this, the two women were stunned. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had this plan, but they didn't expect it to come true so soon. Really? Xian Xianghua asked excitedly. She knew very well what it meant to control a court realm. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. A court realm could give birth to a grand sovereign, and after hundreds of millions of years, another one could be born. This was the inheritance of a court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will tell you first, so that you can prepare. When the time comes, you can bring your subordinates with you. It's up to you. Xian Xianghua asked, not now. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I'm still fusing with it. I have integrated the True Su Court realm into my soul. No matter where I go in the future, I will take it with me. Xian Xianghua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Doesn't that mean that I will never be separated from Zhou Xuanji in the future? Supreme Crimson Dust asked, then, can you also integrate the Kunlun Origin Court into your soul? Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then told them about the calamity that Supreme Wu Zhou had mentioned. Sovereign Heaven. Hunyuan Heaven. Hunting Origin Court Great Sovereigns. Supreme Crimson Dust furrowed his brow and said, then you have to hurry up. Don't let your guard down. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, don't worry. Go back and prepare quickly. Don't delay me. After saying this, he waved his right hand and sent the two women back. TSK, don't you think the tenderness of a daughter is beautiful? Little Sovereign raised his brow and teased. Zhou Xuanji proudly smiled and said, beautiful, of course it's beautiful. Are you envious? Do you want me to find you a female ghost? Little Sovereign's smile immediately froze. Just as he was about to curse, Zhou Xuanji suddenly put Little Sovereign into the Supreme Warehouse. Next, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the Kunlun Origin Court and came to the Dark Void. He wanted to absorb the Kunlun Origin Court into his soul. The Kunlun Origin Court made him. Therefore, it didn't reject his supreme divine power at all. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji successfully integrated with the Kunlun Origin Court. In an instant, his cultivation began to improve significantly. He could feel that he could mobilize the power of the Origin Court anytime and anywhere. In the future, no matter where he went, once he fought, it would be as if he was fighting near the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He immediately turned around and left. He decided to live in another place. The place he chose was the Absolute Time Realm. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion in the Absolute Time Realm. When his cultivation reached the point where it couldn't grow anymore, the strength of the Kunlun Origin Court would definitely undergo earth-shaking transformation. The Absolute Time Realm was still empty. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relaxed after returning here. He had once transformed here. He was filled with a sense of closeness to this place. Only here would he not feel a sense of crisis. He sat down and meditated as his consciousness entered the Kunlun Origin Court. He focused his attention on Zhou Tianyuan. In any case, this was his first grandson. How could he not care about him? When Zhou Tianyuan broke out of the great world, he would focus on cultivating this grandson. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua found Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen. The family reunited. The atmosphere was very warm. They were eating in a wooden hut on the cliff, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Murong Yen mentioned Zhou Xuanji in the Kunlun Origin Court and snorted, Tanhua, you have a lot of things to hide from us, mother and son. Is it really okay? Chapter 932. Zhou Tanhua felt a headache when he heard his wife mention Zhou Xuanji. He wanted to tease his son a little more. Should he continue to hide it now? Sigh. He had wanted Zhou Tianyuan to rise from the ordinary and rely on his own efforts to experience the world of mortals. Unfortunately, his plan had been foiled. Father, who was that senior? What do the seniors I met in my childhood have to do with you? Zhou Tianyuan asked with anticipation. In the past, he had achieved great success in his cultivation and felt that he had already surpassed his father. Now that he saw his father again, he realized that he could not see through his father's cultivation at all. He was really a frog in a well. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, I can't tell you for the time being. When you go to the Kunlun Origin Court, you will know that those seniors are indeed my old friends. They can even be said to be my relatives. Murong Yen widened his eyes and asked in astonishment, You have relatives? So many? Previously, Zhou Tianyuan had already told her how many seniors she had met when she was young. So many powerful beings were her husband's relatives. Before meeting Zhou Xuanji, she even thought that Zhou Tanhua was an orphan. After all, she hadn't seen any of Zhou Tanhua's relatives or even friends since they got married. I will bring you back. Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. He turned his head to look at Zhou Tianyuan and said seriously, Son, I'm going to take your mother away. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. We will wait for you in the Kunlun Origin Court. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan's expression changed. Murong Yen was originally very surprised, but when he heard that he had to leave his son behind, he immediately became anxious. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Why do you have to leave your son behind? How long would it take for Zhou Tianyuan to surpass the heavenly saint realm and reach the Kunlun Origin Court? He has grown up. It's time for him to be independent. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and smiled. Zhou Tianyuan thought about Zhou Xuanji's words and nodded. He wanted to be like that senior, free and unfettered. TSK, you have the nerve to say that. How long have you been by father's side? You've never been independent so early. At this moment, Zhou Xiaofan's voice sounded. The door was pushed open and she walked in wearing a black dress. Upon seeing her, Zhou Tianyuan stood up abruptly. Fairy Xian. Zhou Tianyuan cried out in surprise. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua almost spurted out his saliva. Murong Yen blinked. She looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and then at Zhou Tanhua, and suddenly understood something. Zhou Xiaoxian sat next to Murong Yen, waved her hand and said with a smile, In the future, don't call me immortal aunt. Just call me auntie. Aunt? Zhou Tianyuan was stunned and instantly understood. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, Sister, what are you doing here? Sister, Zhou Tianyuan's expression became complicated. Your mother is about to go to another heavenly court. She wants to take me there. Aren't you going? Zhou Xiaoxian propped her chin up with her right hand and said casually. She glanced at Murong Yen and sized him up with a teasing look in her eyes. Murong Yen shyly lowered her head. This was the first time she was meeting her husband's relative. Another court? Zhou Tanhua raised his eyebrows. Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Murong Yen and Zhou Tianyuan, then said, Bring the mother and son with you. Training can be found anywhere, it doesn't necessarily have to start in the mortal world. For people like you, who were born extraordinary, to descend to the mortal world to gain experience, it's simply a show-off. When the time comes, there will be too much karma left. How can I escape unscathed? Zhou Tanhua looked at her in surprise. When did she become so reasonable? It was as if he had become another person. The master you've acknowledged is actually your grandmother. Your grandmother is about to become the supreme ruler of a court. Impressive, isn't she? Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Zhou Tianyuan and smiled. Supremacy. Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan's eyes widened. After listening to Zhou Xuanji, they felt that supremacy was the strongest existence. But they didn't expect Zhou Tanhua's mother to be so ridiculously strong. No wonder she is so good to me. Zhou Tianyuan murmured. In his heart, Xian Xianghua was like his other mother. Ever since they parted, he often missed Xian Xianghua. Murong Yan fell into shock. Her family was prominent, so her father looked down on Zhou Tanhua. It was only after Zhou Tianyuan's rise that her father changed his opinion. But he still didn't have a good impression of Zhou Tanhua. After all, Zhou Tanhua hadn't visited him for a long time. But now it seemed that she had climbed up a high branch. It's settled then, bring them with you next time. Zhou Xiaoxian threatened Zhou Tanhua. After that, she disappeared into thin air. Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly and helplessly. His plan was ruined. Now that Zhou Tianyuan already knew about his identity, he couldn't hide it anymore. In that case, you will come with me. I will take you back to the Emperor Sword Divine Range first before leaving the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua took Murong Yan's hand and said with a gentle smile. It's better this way. Our family will not be separated. His father always took his family with him wherever he went. He should continue this tradition. Could it be that the senior who came to us before is? Zhou Tianyuan suddenly thought of a possibility and asked nervously. Zhou Tanhua smiled but didn't say anything. In the absolute time realm, Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice reverberated endlessly. He was reciting the ancestral voice to help him improve his cultivation. Although he had absorbed the cultivation of a great sovereign, he was still far from the great sovereigns of the four courts. Jiang Shui sat beside him, quietly cultivating. The absolute time realm was too lonely. He deliberately brought her out so that she could accompany him while cultivating. At first, Jiang Shui was also amazed by the absolute time realm. Only after a long time did she enter the state of cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and murmured, the time law is really difficult to control. He had already extracted the time law of the true Su court realm. He and Jiang Shui were absorbing it, trying to fuse the time law. Really? Why do I feel that it's okay? Jiang Shui said without opening her eyes, making Zhou Xuanji glance at her. Huh? Does learning the time law also pay attention to talent? That's good. It's good that she can become the source sovereign earlier. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. Although it was a little difficult for him to learn the time law, it wasn't difficult with the help of the ancestral voice. After a few years, Jiang Shui finally mastered the time law, and her cultivation soared. Zhou Xuanji immediately poured his sovereign divine power into her body to help her break through smoothly. In the dark void, Gu Tianlin stood on the boat, frowning as he looked ahead. The short and fat old man stood behind him, also observing the surroundings. Strange, where is the Kunlun Origin Court? The short and fat old man asked in surprise. He had clearly divined that Zhou Xuanji was here. A long time ago, he had also come to the Kunlun Origin Court. Gu Tianlin took a deep breath and said, he escaped. He is probably hiding from the cardinal heaven. A look of disdain appeared on his face. This sword emperor was just so. He was also a coward who was afraid of death. Then what are you going to do next? The short and fat old man asked. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts but he couldn't find anything. This surprised him. There were not many existences in the endless universe that he couldn't calculate. Gu Tianlin muttered, let's wait a little longer. What if he comes back? Chapter 933. Zhou Xuanji still didn't know that Gu Tianlin was looking for him. He could cultivate peacefully in the absolute time realm, so he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Now, apart from cultivating, he was integrating the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court. His outer-of-soul doppelganger had already met the higher-ups of the true Su court. In the face of his domineering strength, those powerhouses chose to accept their fate. Zhou Xuanji had a plan, which was to establish a connection between the two courts. He could hold a grand event like the Superstar competition to let both sides understand each other. The Superstar competition wasn't just a simple competition. It was more interesting. So, he summoned the 12 ancestors and the 9 honorable officials of the true Su court to let them get to know each other. This meeting wasn't warm, but it wasn't awkward either. Both sides were interested in the other court. Especially the 9 honorable officials. In the history of the true Su court, the Kunlun origin court was the origin. Whether it's the Kunlun origin court or the true Su court, we will all be one family in the future. Of course, there is still a hierarchy. I won't allow you to fight without permission, but I also don't want the lower courts to provoke the upper courts. Understand? Zhou Xuanji said. His first sentence made the 12 ancestors puff out their chests and raise their heads. The 9 honorable officials were instantly moved. Their faces were extremely ugly. Wasn't this trampling on their dignity? Their expectations for Zhou Xuanji were instantly gone. In the future, I will control even more kingdoms. Just like what I said before, the future kingdoms will have to respect the previous kingdoms. Of course, if you are not strong enough and are surpassed, my words will not make the other kingdoms truly respect you. The true Su court might seem to be suffering some grievances right now, but without me, there will be other grand sovereigns who will come to swallow you up. The weak have no choice. But if there are other grand sovereigns controlling you, can you guarantee that your treatment will be even better? I can bring you peace, but I also want to give my old subordinates confidence so that they can trust me. They believe that no matter how many courts I conquer, I will not forget their support. In the future, the true Su court will also be the pillar behind me. I can't forget your contributions and trust, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These words were deeply engraved in the hearts of the 9 honorable officials. The 12 ancestors were also excited. He spoke with sincerity and vigor. A magnificent vision unfolded in front of them. Even the 9 honorable officials couldn't help but imagine that countless courts would respect them and look up to them in the future. If that was true, then what was the point of being the second strongest? Of course, I also hope that you won't go and bully the lower court realms for no good reason. It's meaningless, and it's a loss of the demeanor of elites. The ancestors couldn't help but laugh. The 12 ancestors burst into laughter. The 9 honorable officials couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Zhou Xuanji continued with his plan. His plan was huge and detailed, causing the 12 ancestors of law and the 9 supreme officials to sink into deep thought. Zhou for him, for Zhou for him, for him for. Zhou Xuanji not only wanted the Kunlun origin court to become stronger, but he also wanted the true Su court to become stronger. However, he for Tian for him that he for Kuden from, for him. That Kuden from Zhou for the sect, he could Su court Tian. The Chen of heaven for Gu Chen. Zhou of Chen for the Jifram from. Hearing this, the 9 honorable officials frowned. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, "Don't think that I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving you a chance. I don't have so many women and children. Some courts will choose their own sovereign, but it will make it more difficult for them to win." His words moved the 9 honorable officials again. The 12 ancestors couldn't help but admire Zhou Xuanji. He really knew how to say nice things. All of this was because Zhou Xuanji could take in more courts. He was so high-spirited and full of provocation that people couldn't help but believe his words. What I want isn't just one court or 2 realms. I want to rule over everything. Go and make your preparations. I hope that one day, all of you can help me conquer the court realm. I hope that one of you will become a grand paragon and spread my might. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, he didn't give them time to react. He waved his right hand and sent them back. After that, he let in the people who had been waiting outside the palace. They were Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Sovereign, Zhou Shaoxian, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Tianyuan, and Murong Yan. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was high above, Zhou Tianyuan was excited. Murong Yan, on the other hand, was incomparably nervous. He felt like a stinky daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Are you ready to go to the true Su court? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan and began to plan in his heart. This boy's talent was very good. Although he wasn't as good as Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had more possibilities. You can go any time. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. She had never left the Kunlun origin court. Xian Xianghua was similarly excited. Now? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, you guys go first. Tianyuan and Xiaoyan stay behind. I will send them over after some time. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Supremacy, Zhou Shaoxian, and Zhou Tanhua disappeared into thin air. Only Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan were left in the hall. Both mother and son were very nervous, they did not know where to put their hands. Don't be nervous. I kept you guys here because I wanted to preach the Tao to you. Your cultivation bases are too weak. Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile, which made the mother and son feel ashamed. Especially Zhou Tianyuan. He had always been very conceited. It was not until recently that he realized how weak he was. Zhou Xuanji did not waste any time. He started talking about the ancestral voice, allowing them to enter a state of enlightenment. In a dim temple, the ancestor Buddha slowly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly and said in a low voice, this frequent ancestral voice. That brat really knows how to squander. A mocking laugh came from the darkness, the ancestral voice won't stop. Do you think everyone is like you, afraid of another person hearing the ancestral voice? The ancestor Buddha looked displeased and said, the ancestral voice is a supreme creation. How can it be heard by mortals? This is blasphemy to the ancestral voice. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He wanted to find Zhou Xuanji and strip him of his ancestral voice memories. Ha ha ha, if he wants to become Hongmeng Heaven and fight against Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven alone, he will have to rely on this method. Otherwise, he will not be able to fight against the other two heavens alone. The voice in the darkness sounded very playful. In response, the ancestor Buddha could only remain silent. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the temple. Ancestor Buddha, long time no see. Open the door quickly. The other party spoke impolitely without a trace of respect. The ancestor Buddha closed his eyes and said, Gu Juejiu, you are not worthy of the ancestral voice. Give it up. Gu Juejiu. The number one person below the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. If I'm not worthy, who is? You have been here more than 10 times. Have you ever remembered a phrase of the ancestral voice? Gu Juejiu was silent. The temple trembled as though he would charge in at any moment. Other than me, no one in the endless universe can learn it. Are you really going to cut off the ancestral voice's inheritance? Gu Juejiu asked again. Chapter 934. Someone has already learned the ancestral voice, so you don't have to worry about inheriting it. The ancestor Buddha replied coldly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing such a powerful ancient genius. What? Who? Hearing this, Gu Juejiu became furious and roared. I can't say. You will meet him sooner or later and learn the ancestral sound. You will definitely rise up from nowhere and dominate the world. The ancestor Buddha replied calmly, intentionally provoking Gu Juejiu. Gu Juejiu didn't explode. His voice didn't ring out again. For a long time, he did not speak. He left. The fact that the ancestral voice had been learned by someone greatly stimulated him. Gu peerless genius, your era has already passed. So many years ago, you were unable to dominate the boundless universe. Now that the primeval sovereign three heavens has revived, you still want to fight? The ancestor Buddha revealed a mocking smile. He was mocking Gu Juejiu for overestimating himself. That's not necessarily the case. All living beings reminisce about the past, but they don't know that in those legendary eras, all living beings were also looking up to the past. The voice in the darkness rang out again, its tone intriguing. The current boundless universe is actually very exciting. Even a peerless genius like Gu Juejiu couldn't dominate, and now there's the appearance of a post-primeval three heavens. Perhaps the next primeval era is coming. When the ancestral Buddha heard that, he felt that it made sense and nodded slightly. Absolute Time Realm. Jiang Shui stood in front of Zhou Xuanji. Her entire body was wrapped in silver radiance. She had already become a sovereign of laws and grasped the powerful laws of time. Her temperament had also become even more extraordinary and refined. She had the cold temperament of a mortal supremacy, but there was a faint smile on her face, making her look very holy. It's a pity that I can't use the time law here. I still don't know how powerful I am now. Jiang Shui said regretfully, but the smile on her face never disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, then you can try entering the court. After saying that, he took Jiang Shui into the Kunlun origin court. He continued to cultivate. He had also absorbed the laws of time. He wanted to fuse all the laws he had mastered together to create a new sacred art. It would be best if it was a divine ability that could kill in one strike. He had an idea. He was working on it. Time flew by. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 6,000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, Court Reversal, Mysterious Destroyer Sword, Myriad Flower Origin Court, Divine Sword of Coercion. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. The sword spirit wasn't referring to the absolute time but the Kunlun origin court. No matter how long Zhou Xuanji stayed in the absolute time realm, his age would not change. But if a year passed in the Kunlun origin court, he would grow 1 year older. He slowly opened his eyes and checked the information of the two swords. Sword name, Mysterious Destroyer Sword level, Court toppling description, a sword created by the Profound Destruction Forefather. Among the 3,000 great Daos, there is the Tao of Destruction. After a long period of time, the Profound Destruction Sword was created, and a trace of the Profound Destruction Forefathers will is hidden within the sword. Sword name, Oppressive Divine Sword Grade, Myriad Flowers Origin Court, Description. During the primeval era, mighty figures often collided with each other, distorting time and space. This sword specializes in absorbing pressure and can also release it. To use this sword, one must be at least a great supreme of the 6 courts. Both divine swords were very good, and each had its own advantages. Among them, Zhou Xian had heard of Forefather Profound Destruction before. The Profound Destruction Forefather's status in the boundless universe was about the same as the Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch. Did the appearance of this sword mean that the Profound Destruction Forefather had already fallen? Zhou Xuanji was just a little curious, but he didn't think too much about it. He was very interested in the oppressive divine sword. Unfortunately, he was still far from the great sovereign of the 6 courts. He was still one step away from the great sovereign of the 4 courts. He felt that he needed an opportunity. Since I have woken up, let's go out for a walk. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he exited the absolute time realm. He began wandering in the void. He wanted to find the next court realm. At present, Xian Xianghua and mortal sovereign had already taken control of the true Su court realm. Ever since Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao in the ancestral voice in the true Su court realm, all living beings in this realm had been convinced. The previous sovereign had never preached the Tao to them. Now, the atmosphere between the two realms was very harmonious. Both knew of each other's existence and were preparing for the superstar competition. Everything was developing in a good direction. Zhou Xuanji took out the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and stepped on it to wander the universe. Along the way, he was enjoying the scenery. His flying speed wasn't very fast. Along the way, he had been looking for a court realm, but it would take time to find it. After flying for a long time, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped and saw a black shadow in front of him. It was a pair of black wings wrapped together, with a pair of horns on top. Apparently, it was a mysterious creature. The aura of a great sovereign. Kid, didn't anyone tell you that you need to be careful in the endless universe and not be so reckless? A cold voice came, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. The other party was also a great sovereign of the three courts. Why did he think that he could defeat him? Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand. He said with a mocking smile, "It's useless to say more. Let's fight." Hua, the black shadow, spread its wings suddenly. It was an existence with a humanoid body and a dragon head. Its chest was covered in red hair. Its body was muscular, and its aura was extremely terrifying. It charged straight at Zhou Xuanji. Its claws tore the space apart, creating two cracks. Countless spacetime lightning spilled out like thousands of poisonous insects scrambling to crawl out. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and slashed upward. Sword chi shot out. Boom! The black shadow blocked his sword chi with its claws and even shattered it. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. No wonder it was so arrogant. It was powerful indeed. He did not panic but was delighted instead. I need a whetstone. He took out the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and charged forward with both swords in his hands. At the same time, on the other side of the dark void, the short and fat old man opened his eyes suddenly and said, Zhou Xuanji has appeared. He is fighting with a great sovereign. Having heard this, Gu Tianlin opened his eyes immediately. Bring me there, he said with a deep voice. A hideous smile appeared on his face. His smile was extremely cruel. Zhou Xuanji. You finally appeared. Your death tribulation is here. The short and fat old man immediately controlled the boat to travel through the space-time. Boom! Zhou Xuanji clashed with the black shadow again. His swords were blocked by the opponent's claws. Is that all you can do? He said with a mocking smile. Looking closely, the black shadow's claws were bleeding. Facing Zhou Xuanji's provocation, the black shadow snorted coldly. It turned into countless black feathers and exploded in this broken domain. These black feathers turned around and turned into blades that shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his right shoulder, and a golden Buddha appeared suddenly. Thousand-hand sword Buddha. It rose into the air majestically. Ding! 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 All the black feathers were blocked by the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji, who was inside the sword Buddha's body, froze the entire domain. The black shadow's movement slowed down immediately. The black shadow was shocked and terrified. Just when he wanted to retreat, the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death landed on his neck from behind. Chapter 935. What's happening? What happened just now? The black figure was terrified. The Emperor's Sword of Life and Death was at his neck, and he could sense an extreme murderous intent. It was as though his soul would be destroyed if he moved. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and stared at him with a smile. Don't you understand? The black figure was facing the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and Zhou Xuanji was inside the thousand-hand sword Buddha. A clone. When did this happen? The black figure was horrified. His body tensed up and did not dare to move. The Emperor Sword of Life and Death's power of life and death wrapped around him. It was extremely corrosive. Submit or die. Zhou Xuanji said coldly with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. He did not want to kill too many great sovereigns without court realms. Having heard him, the black figure gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "Fine, my subject." Before he could finish, he turned around and slammed his palm toward Zhou Xuanji. PFFTT. Zhou Xuanji jerked his right hand and decapitated the black figure. Next, he began to absorb the black figure's sovereign divine power. The Soul Kunlun sword appeared above his head and absorbed his soul with extreme speed. Ah! The black figure cried out miserably, and his voice disappeared into the Soul Kunlun sword. Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the black figure's sovereign divine power. He chanted the ancestral voice to speed up the absorption process. About 10 breaths later, he completely absorbed the black figure's sovereign divine power, and the sovereign divine power in his body transformed. He immediately sat down and adjusted his sovereign divine power. He chanted the ancestral voice again to take this opportunity to break through. However, after speaking for a full incense stick's time, the surging supreme god force suddenly calmed down. I still can't break through. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and thought with a frown. He did not expect it to be so difficult to break through to the great sovereigns of the four courts. Forget it. Zhou Xuanji got up and flew on his sword. Standing on the Emperor Sword of Life and Death and holding the Soul Kunlun sword, he began to communicate with the black figure. With his soul suppressed, the black figure was terrified and quickly compromised. This guy's name was Demon Sovereign Qiyu. He came from an unknown court realm. It had been 50 million years since he stepped down from the sovereign's position. He roamed the boundless universe and looked for people below the great sovereigns to attack. The reason why he hunted grand sovereigns wasn't for his cultivation, but because he wanted to use the grand sovereign's supreme god force to refine supreme crystals, which was equivalent to creating wealth. You can stay in the sword for a while. I'll let you out when you're truly convinced. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. Before Demon Sovereign Qiyu could beg for mercy, he isolated the sealed space within the sword. He continued to walk aimlessly, hoping that a Grand Supreme would find him. If there were a few more existences like Fiend Exalt Scarlet Brilliance, not only could he give them cultivation, but he could also raise them as slaves in the future. Zhou Xuanji thought about the plan as he smiled. Humph, your strength is indeed not bad. The great supremes of the three courts are nothing in front of you. A cold snort came, and Zhou Xuanji immediately stopped. He narrowed his eyes. Just one sentence from the other party was enough to make him feel a great deal of pressure. The newcomer was very strong. A small boat suddenly appeared, and Gu Tianlin stood at the top of the boat. The short and fat old man stood behind him, examining Zhou Xuanji. Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. Although the other party was unfathomable and gave him a very dangerous feeling, he didn't panic. In the endless universe, it was impossible to meet people weaker than him all the time. There would always be some powerful cultivators. As long as they weren't ridiculously strong, he wasn't afraid. Gu Tianlin said in a cold voice. As soon as he saw how young Zhou Xuanji was, his anger surged. What Shen Nianqing said was true. Judging from the age of this guy's soul, he was really a peerless genius. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a playful smile, "Then I understand. It seems that you are here for Saint Rainbow Qin. Although you have no choice, you have no choice." He directly used the sword fusion technique, raising his aura to the peak. Gu Tianlin smiled disdainfully and said, "Your aptitude is indeed excellent, but you only have the cultivation of a great sovereign of the three courts. It's not enough." After speaking, he threw a palm at Zhou Xuanji. The space-time distortion of the entire domain was sucked into his hand. Zhou Xuanji was then sucked into his palm. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned into a sword light and escaped. Gu Tianlin raised his brow and asked, "You have also absorbed the time law of the endless universe." There were many time laws in the endless universe, but it was very difficult for ordinary great sovereigns to absorb them. "Are you surprised?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A bright silver light burst out from his body. He held his sword with both hands and thrust it at Gu Tianlin, leaving behind a dazzling silver shadow. The eyes of the stout old man on the ship lit up. He exclaimed, "What an exquisite sword technique!" This sword technique wasn't affected by time and space. It couldn't be captured by divine will. It seemed to be a straight-line attack, but it contained infinite variations. Gu Tianlin waved his hand, and an invisible gale took shape, sweeping over. Zhou Xuanji's figure appeared behind Gu Tianlin out of thin air. Silhouettes appeared behind him, intertwined with silver light, forming a bond. At first glance, it seemed like hundreds of Zhou Xuanji had appeared behind Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword. Gu Tianlin turned around and slammed his palm. With a loud bang, Zhou Xuanji's sword cut through his sovereign divine power. The blade pierced into his palm, splattering blood. "Huh!" Gu Tianlin furrowed his brow. He was terrified. How is this possible? How was his sword able to hurt me? Gu Tianlin was infuriated. He no longer showed mercy. A violent flame burst out from his palm, forcing Zhou Xuanji back. Zhou Xuanji disappeared from his spot again. He kept moving and thrusting his sword. Gu Tianlin displayed his extraordinary power. He blocked Zhou Xuanji's fierce attack without moving his feet. The stout old man watched the battle from afar. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young master is powerful indeed. No matter how devilish the opponent is, he can't win." He could see the huge gap between Zhou Xuanji and Gu Tianlin's cultivation at a glance. Even if Zhou Xuanji had great serendipity, it was impossible for him to defeat Gu Tianlin. No. If it was the sovereign serendipity, it might be possible. Zhou Xuanji also noticed the gap. Gu Tianlin wasn't serious at all. His opponent was toying with him. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. He raised his right hand, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand. He slashed with all his might. The sword chi exploded, as though it had cut the entire universe in half. The edge of the sword chi was filled with endless resentment. Gu Tianlin's eyes turned cold. He took out a white jade fan from his sleeve and waved it toward the sword chi. Boom! The sword chi collided with the white jade fan, and the sword chi immediately exploded. However, the white jade fan turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cursed resentment. Gu Tianlin's expression changed. He instinctively flung the white jade fan away. Almost instantly, the white jade fan turned into a black jade fan, which was eerie and horrifying. The stout old man squinted his eyes and mumbled, "That power is." Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his sword. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. His sword chi was violent and unstoppable, like a river that had burst its banks. Gu Tianlin dispersed all of his sword chi with his palms. His movements were casual and looked extremely relaxed. Chapter 936. Zhou Xuanji, is this all you can do? Gu Tianlin laughed presumptuously. Although he was startled by the curse's resentment, Zhou Xuanji's strength was no match for him. At most, Zhou Xuanji's flesh was injured. "I've played enough. Next, it was time to settle this old grudge. After killing this kid, the Rainbow Qin Sage Monarch wouldn't dare to accept any more disciples. This was because it was very difficult for Hong Qin Saint Lord to find another peerless genius like Zhou Xuanji. After saying that, Gu Tianlin raised his arms, and torrential flames rushed out from his limbs and 7 orifices. He turned into a majestic giant and roared. A visible shockwave swept in all directions, and Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword. The Holy Ghost cursed sword spilled out, covering the shattered universe like ripples of water, forcibly resisting Gu Tianlin's aura. Time and space shattered, the laws became chaotic, and yin and yang were reversed. Everything was in chaos. A powerful light shone on Zhou Xuanji's face, and his expression greatly changed. So strong. Exactly which hall's cultivation is he at? Zhou Xuanji trembled in fear. No wonder Gu Tianlin was so mighty. No wonder so many beings in the Thunder Alliance feared him. This guy was really strong. Zhou Xuanji immediately wanted to retreat. He could feel that Gu Tianlin's aura was still increasing. If the fight continued, Gu Tianlin would probably reveal his full strength. However, he was very curious as to why Gu Tianlin did not directly show his full strength. Was it because this guy was too conceited? Are you wondering if I'm playing with you? Gu Tianlin's laughter suddenly rang out, and his words were filled with contempt. I have 9 layers of seals. Every time I unseal a layer in battle, my strength will increase by 100-fold. Just the first layer of the seal is enough to make you despair. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was such a weird setting. You make it sound like you're as strong as the later primeval supreme 3 heavens, yet you still need to seal your strength? No matter how Zhou Xuanji thought about it, he felt that Gu Tianlin was acting. He shook his head and said with a smile, then continued to remove the seal. Just as he spoke, space-time turbulence appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, and he fell backwards, disappearing without a trace. Trying to escape? Gu Tianlin smiled disdainfully and disappeared. As soon as he entered the space-time tunnel, he heard a strange sound. Ancestral voice. What's that sound? He frowned and mumbled. His eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and his vision suddenly became blurry. Head over heels. He was dazed for a moment, and Zhou Xuanji completely disappeared. Gu Tianlin stopped, his face extremely gloomy. He tried his best to recall the ancestral voice, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. It was a very strange feeling. The short and stout elder appeared behind him, his expression grave as he said, "Could it be that what he said just now was ancestral sound? Ancestral voice?" Gu Tianlin frowned and asked, "What is the ancestral voice?" The old man took a deep breath, shook his head, and said nothing. There were some things that Gu Tianlin could not understand for the time being. If someone as conceited as him knew how powerful the ancestral sound was, he would probably do everything in his power to obtain it. However, the short and stout elder knew how difficult it was to comprehend the ancestral voice. Gu Tianlin's father, Gu Juejiao, had sacrificed so much for the ancestral sound that he was almost possessed. Gu Tianlin's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw that the short and stout old man refused to speak. "Can we still find him?" he asked in a low voice. He could no longer remember what the ancestral voice was. He could not remember it at all. Under such circumstances, he could only turn his attention to Zhou Xuanji. "No, I don't know where he went. His fate and aura have been isolated." The short and stout elder shook his head. His brows were still furrowed, and he was still wondering why Zhou Xuanji knew the ancestral voice. The ancestral Buddha was such a transcendent existence. How could Zhou Xuanji come into contact with it? He suddenly thought of Shen Nianxing. That woman. His eyes widened as he sucked in a cold breath and mumbled, "What do you want to do? You even dare to make such a heavy oath?" Gu Tianlin glanced sideways and asked unhappily, "What do you mean?" It was a pity that the short and stout elder only smiled and said nothing. Within the absolute time realm, Zhou Xuanji was meditating to heal his injuries. He was injured in the battle with Gu Tianlin, and even his soul was somewhat consumed. He opened his eyes and thought hard. He was wondering why Gu Tianlin could continuously remove the seal. Somehow, he seemed to have caught on to something, but he was not sure. Hold on, Zhou Xuanji's pupils suddenly dilated as realization dawned on him. Removing the seal. Actually, it could be said in another way. Cultivation eruption. His divine rainbow monarch Tao could cause his will to erupt and his cultivation to soar. It was similar to Gu Tianlin's seal removal. It was just that he couldn't increase it by 100 layers. 100 layers, Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. He had a bold idea. Just as he was racking his brains, his crisis was also approaching. In the silver starry sky, there was a huge golden tree. Under the tree, Shen Nianqing was meditating and cultivating. Specks of light drifted in front of her and condensed into a figure. It was a slim woman. She was 6 feet tall, wearing a black robe. Her skin was pale and she had no eyebrows or eyelashes on her face. But her hair was very long and her eyes looked very empty. Shen Nianqing opened her eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Looking at the black-robed woman in front of her, her face was filled with displeasure. The black-robed woman said, "Hand over Hongmeng Heaven." Her tone was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. She was like a ruler above all living beings. She looked at Shen Nianqing with cold eyes. "Hongmeng Heaven? That guy disappeared a long time ago. You want him from me?" Shen Nianqing asked with a strange look on her face. The black-robed woman said softly, "It's the person named Zhou Xuanji. He has learned the ancestral voice and will definitely become Hongmeng Heaven. It's better to hand him over to me than to be found by Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven." Shen Nianqing shook her head. She had an expression that said she didn't understand what she was talking about. She had poured so much effort into Zhou Xuanji. How could she hand him over? "If you don't hand him over, I will find him myself. At that time, you won't be able to stop me. He may die," the black-robed woman continued. Even if it was a threat, she said it very indifferently. Her tone didn't fluctuate at all. Shen Nianqing shrugged her shoulders and said, "It's up to you." The black-robed woman turned around expressionlessly. Whoosh! Her black robe suddenly rose as 3 black-haired tails emerged and lashed at Shen Nianqing's body. Shen Nianqing erupted with divine power, blocking the black-haired tails. The giant golden tree swayed non-stop, and countless golden leaves fell down. It was a very beautiful scene. "Crazy woman, you still want to attack me?" Shen Nianqing said with a cold snort. She raised her right hand as golden leaves gathered together, forming a golden whip that lashed at the black-robed woman. There was a loud bang. The 2 women immediately started fighting. Zhou Xuanji, who was comprehending the divine rainbow monarch Tao, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. "It seems that trouble is coming again," Zhou Xuanji murmured. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. But how could he have such a feeling in absolute time? Could it be that the enemy will break into the absolute time realm? He took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign, asking if there were any other existences besides the extermination body that could break in. Chapter 937. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be. Only the absolute invasion supremacy can enter the absolute time realm. However, nothing is absolute, and I am not the strongest existence. In this boundless universe, there are simply too many things that exceed my imagination. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes upon hearing this. These words were as good as not saying anything at all. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, if an enemy could really barge in, wouldn't I expose this place? Looks like I should travel through the boundless universe. Unless I have no other choice, I should try not to come here. Little Supreme nodded and said, isn't Cardinal Heaven hunting the Supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court? Maybe it's because of him that you feel uneasy. You can go to Shen Nianxing. Her strength is unfathomable. Maybe she can protect you. Divine Nianxing? Zhou Xuanji subconsciously furrowed his brow. Although he had learned the ancestral voice under Shen Nianxing's guidance, he always felt that she was up to no good. Until now, he still couldn't figure out what Shen Nianxing was plotting. If possible, Zhou Xuanji hoped to stay away from her. We'll see. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Immediately, he returned to the endless universe with the Lesser Supreme Sword. He hid his aura, stepped on the Life and Death Emperor sword and flew forward. The endless universe was huge, and there were many strange places. The Myriad Domain Demon Lair was not unique. Perhaps he could find a place to hide from these disasters. Along the way, he didn't let Little Sovereign fall asleep. Can't you fly by yourself? Little Sovereign yawned and complained. After falling for so long, he already liked the feeling of deep sleep. Sinking into dreamland was also a very pleasant experience. Tell me about what you saw and heard in the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He was bored anyway. Little Sovereign was helpless and could only brag about his past. At first, he was reluctant, but as he spoke, he became high-spirited. With his company, Zhou Xuanji felt that the journey was no longer boring. 3 years later, Zhou Xuanji entered a universe filled with countless floating ice crystals. The stars here were like massive floating hailstones. He felt a bone-piercing cold. Even though he was a great paragon of the 3 courts, it was still somewhat unbearable. Where is this place? Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully as he called out Little Sovereign. As soon as Little Sovereign's soul body flew out, it instantly froze, making him speechless. He had no choice but to take Little Sovereign back. He circulated the supreme God force in his body to warm himself up. After that, he flew forward. Somehow, he felt that there was something waiting in front of him. He did not notice that the faded fate pearl had flown out of his body and was hovering above his head, absorbing the ice crystals that were flying towards him from all directions. After flying for a while, Zhou Xuanji suddenly did not feel so cold anymore. The ice crystals in the distance were still so dense, but the area around him was not affected by the ice crystals. He looked up and was stunned when he saw the faded pearl. He clearly did not sense the appearance of the faded pearl. Does this treasure have a spirit? His hair stood on end. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand and grabbed the faded pearl in his hand. A warm current flowed into his palm and into his bones, and soul. He was no longer cold. He even felt hot. Is there something here that's attracting you? Zhou Xuanji mumbled as he looked ahead. The end of the universe was a vast expanse of whiteness. Even he couldn't see it clearly. He immediately moved forward, wanting to find out what was going on. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he came to an island. This island wasn't big. There was a tombstone with 3 strange characters carved on it. The characters were still wriggling as if there were several black insects moving about. As soon as Zhou Xuanji landed, the faded fate pearl in his hand flew out and landed on the top of the tombstone. Rumble, the entire island shook violently. Rays of light overflowed from the tombstone and drilled into the faded fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The faded fate pearl can absorb other kinds of energy? He couldn't help but look forward to what kind of changes the faded fate pearl would bring. Crack, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. He glanced around and saw spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the ground within a radius of 100 feet. Ice crystal insects drilled out crazily like an army of cockroaches as they rushed toward the tombstone. They quickly climbed up the tombstone and then crashed into the fated fate pearl like moths flying into a flame. Then, they were instantly burned. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought as he watched this scene. He didn't feel the existence of some kind of energy. Maybe his cultivation was not high enough. In less than 20 breaths' time, all the ice crystal insects died, and the tombstone was turned into ashes by the fated fate pearl, which dissipated with the wind. The fated fate pearl returned to Zhou Xuanji's hand. It became cold and no longer hot. That's it? Zhou Xuanji mumbled with a frown. There was quite a commotion just now, and it calmed down just like that? He couldn't understand it at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the fated fate pearl shone brightly, and a terrifying icy cold power instantly sealed him in ice. He immediately turned into an ice sculpture and froze on the spot. The island no longer shook, and everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji, who was frozen, opened his eyes in confusion. He could sense that his body was being modified by a strange energy. But he couldn't move, and his divine sense couldn't break out of the ice either. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Do you have to do this to me? Zhou Xuanji thought helplessly. Could the fated fate pearl's feedback be more gentle? However, he didn't expect that he would be sealed in ice for longer than he imagined. Whoosh, whoosh, countless ice crystals danced in the air, and a small boat flew in. Gu Tianlin and the short and fat old man stood on the boat. They scanned the universe with a strange expression. Are you sure it's here? Gu Tianlin asked with a frown. Previously, the short and fat old man had sensed Zhou Xuanji's fate, so they chased after him at full speed. But now, Zhou Xuanji's fate was cut off again. Looking at this lifeless universe, Gu Tianlin felt a little frenzied. He felt that he was being played by Zhou Xuanji. The short and fat old man mumbled, could this be the legendary Ice Demon Emperor? Ice Demon Emperor? Gu Tianlin's expression changed and asked, Ice Demon Emperor? A powerhouse at the Cardinal Heaven stage? What do you mean? Are you saying that this universe was created by the Ice Demon Emperor? The short and fat old man nodded and said, the Ice Demon Emperor is very powerful and participated in the great battle against Cardinal Heaven cultivators. After that battle, he was severely injured. It said that he turned into a moving universe and continued his unfinished journey in the boundless universe. Legend has it that all creatures that enter this universe will have their souls frozen and become Ice Emperor insects. Gu Tianlin raised his brow. So terrifying? He asked with his eyes if he should retreat. The short and fat old man didn't reply immediately but observed his surroundings. The Ice Demon Emperor's power seems to have disappeared, and this universe is on the verge of collapse, the short and fat old man said in surprise. He was bewildered. After saying that, he immediately flew forward. Gu Tianlin hurriedly followed. The two of them began to float in the universe. Countless ice crystals landed on their bodies. Even though they used their divine power to resist, a layer of ice and snow accumulated on their bodies. Chapter 938. What are you looking for? Gu Tianlin asked in a deep voice. He hated the chunky old man for hiding everything from him, as if he had not grown up yet. However, the short and stout old man was his father's trusted aide. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. The short and stout elder replied, there must be a reason. Let's look for it. Don't worry, your biggest weakness is that you can't keep your cool. It's the same for your father. Otherwise, he would have reached the Cardinal Heaven level long ago. Gu Tianlin frowned. He really wanted to explain, but he felt that the short and fat elder's words made sense. His father was more impetuous than he was. The two of them continued their search. Not long after, they arrived at the ice island. Their gazes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and their expressions became strange. "He's finished just like that?" Gu Tianlin asked. He felt that this was a little unreal. He had spent so much effort to find Zhou Xuanji, but this brat fell here? The short and fat old man walked forward and said, "He's not dead. Although I can't feel his life force or soul fluctuations, his eyes are bright." After that, the old man pressed his hand on the ice and wanted to touch Zhou Xuanji through the ice. Gu Tianlin frowned. He was wary of his surroundings, afraid that the Ice Devil Emperor would appear. "Not good, retreat quickly," the short and stout old man said in a deep voice. He turned around and quickly grabbed Gu Tianlin, and the two of them disappeared from the island of ice. At the same time, the ice statue, Zhou Xuanji, began to shake violently. He was excited. "We're finally going out," Zhou Xuanji roared in his heart. His body had been frozen for hundreds of years. In these 100 years, he could only use his extra soul doppelganger to pass his days in the two realms within his soul. A domineering cold energy was transforming his physical body. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the impervious body, he would have died long ago. He was very curious about what this power was. Ping, the layer of ice cracked open, and Zhou Xuanji could gradually move. Two rays of cold light shot out from his purple eyes. With a boom, the layer of ice on his body shattered. The whole ice island shattered into pieces, turning into ice sand and mist. That domineering cold force erupted from his body and swept in all directions, engulfing this part of the universe. Everything was frozen. Zhou Xuanji's body was covered in ice shards, and there were also some tiny ice flakes on his face. His aura skyrocketed, and he directly began to break through to become a supreme of the four courts. Like a hot knife through butter. Almost without any pause, he forcibly broke through to become a great supreme of the four courts. Then, all the ice crystals in the universe gathered toward him, forming a huge vortex. His cultivation was rising crazily. The fated fate pearl rose from the top of his head and released a resplendent light that enveloped his entire body. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji began speaking the ancestral voice. With the ancestral sound, the growth of his cultivation became even more stable. "What a great opportunity!" Zhou Xuanji praised. At the same time, he had a bold idea. The fated fate pearl could absorb great amounts of energy and then pour it into his body. If he could make good use of this, the speed of his cultivation would increase greatly. However, he wasn't sure if this cultivation method would have any drawbacks. After all, he had yet to fully understand the fated pearl. Previously, he had treated the fated bead as an evil Dharma treasure. Soon, all the ice crystals in the universe were absorbed by him. He had grasped a type of frost power. It could freeze the laws. "I don't know what kind of power this is, but it's really strong. I have never felt such a powerful ice power," Little Sovereign exclaimed. He scanned the surrounding universe and found that it had turned into absolute darkness. The universe had disappeared and turned into the void. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Xuanji and said in admiration, "Kid, are you really from Hongmeng heaven?" By now, he was convinced that Zhou Xuanji wasn't just lucky. This kid is destined to be extraordinary. Or rather, this kid was born to be the ruler of the endless universe. This ice power is really strong. Although I have only broken through to the four courts great sovereign, I feel that it can make me stronger than the four courts great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji sighed with emotion. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He began to adjust the icy power in his body. Little Sovereign said with a teasing smile, "Continue flying forward. Guess how many great opportunities will you encounter?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied with a smile, "How can it be so easy? We rarely encountered great sovereigns along the way." About half an hour later, his cultivation had been consolidated in the Four Courts' great sovereign realm. The tyrannical ice power in his body had also been completely suppressed. The excessive ice power was put into the Tianxia map. The Tianxia map had been with him for so many years. Under the cultivation of his sovereign divine power, it was no longer an ordinary item. After resting for a while, they continued to move forward. Zhou Xuanji suddenly found that his heart had become calm. He was no longer restless. Was the crisis resolved, or was the crisis no longer a crisis due to the increase in his strength? After absorbing the ice power, Zhou Xuanji didn't know how strong he was. But he felt that the ice power was ridiculously strong. Even if he was facing Gu Tianlin, he was confident. Zhou Xuanji flew even more confidently. He was no longer as cautious as before. So was Little Sovereign. It's time for your name to appear in the endless universe. Little Sovereign burst into laughter. He was very pleased to see Zhou Xuanji's rise to this day. Zhou Xuanji was in high spirits, but he didn't reply. He could become more confident, but he couldn't be arrogant. You have absorbed the power of the Ice Devil Emperor. You are indeed a top expert. An ice-cold voice came, startling Zhou Xuanji into stopping. Little Sovereign shouted in a deep voice, "Who is it? Come out." Not long after they flew out of the void, they encountered an enemy. And they didn't even notice it. This made them feel like they had been slapped in the face. Black geese appeared in front of her and condensed into a woman in a black robe. Her face was cold and her skin was pale. It was the mysterious woman who confronted Shen Nianqing that day. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Seeing him, his heart beat faster. He felt uneasy again. "You can call me Supreme. Hongmeng Heaven, you have to make a trip with me." The black-robed woman stared at Zhou Xuanji and said indifferently. "Supreme?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and glanced at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's complexion changed greatly as he said in a trembling voice, "Supreme. The legendary existence of the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens period, isn't that an illusory character? The Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch had once said that there was no supreme existence in the boundless universe." The black-robed woman said, "The supreme that people understand doesn't exist. You can call me Supreme Incipient God Realm." Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice, "Why are you taking me away? Just because I'm Hongmeng Heaven? I don't have the qualifications to enter Hongmeng Heaven now." As soon as he flew into a rage, his icy power spread out, freezing the surrounding time and space. It quickly spread for millions of miles. Supreme Incipient God said expressionlessly, "I have my own arrangements. I can't let Cardinal Heaven or Hunyuan Heaven find you. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are looking for Hongmeng Heaven." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had fallen into a big conspiracy. Chapter 939. Will he die if he follows you? Little Sovereign stared at the Supreme Incipient God and asked. He was deliberately stalling for time, thinking about how to get rid of this guy. Zhou Xuanji was also trying to think of a way. His rationality told him that if he were to escape into the absolute time realm, he would not be able to escape and might even expose the existence of the absolute time realm. As long as you don't act recklessly, how can you die? Supreme Incipient God answered. From the beginning to the end, her face didn't change. It was hard for people to believe her. Right at this moment, a furious flow of icy energy exploded, sweeping toward Supreme Incipient God Realm Expert. Almost instantly, Supreme Incipient God Realm Expert was frozen. Zhou Xuanji turned and fled. He increased his speed to the acme and jumped out of the universe to get away from Supreme Incipient God Realm. Little Sovereign Soul had always been attached to the sword. But Zhou Xuanji's speed was too fast. It was so fast that his soul felt like it would be stripped away at any moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you can't escape like this." Before the supreme incipient god realm could come, he would be crushed to death by this space wind. "That's right, you can't escape." Supreme incipient god's voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. It was like the sound of death, echoing endlessly. Zhou Xuanji did not look back. He once again exploded out with the power of frost. Along the way, he froze space and time. Zhou Xuanji put little sovereign into his sword lest this guy fell here. The intimidating cold energy could freeze the principles, but it couldn't stop a supreme incipient god realm expert. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions came from behind him. Ice crystals pierced toward Zhou Xuanji and melted the moment they touched him. Supreme incipient god realm chased after him without any scruples. She had broken all the ice layers along her way. She was expressionless. She could have caught up to Zhou Xuanji, but she did not move at full speed. Zhou Xuanji frowned. His body tensed up, and he raised his speed to the maximum. He had never been so fast. However, even so, he couldn't shake off supreme incipient god realm experts. What does she want? Zhou Xuanji felt furious in his heart. He was often threatened by others, and even though he had obtained serendipity and escaped from death, he disliked being threatened like this. This time, no matter what the supreme incipient god realm wanted, he would never compromise. As if sensing his anger, the fated fate pearl flew up and hovered above his head. Bang! He immediately turned into a beam of silver light, traversing through space and time. The surrounding scenery was like a myriad of flowers blooming upside down, dazzling the eyes. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He fell into a wondrous state. This was a state that surpassed speed. He looked up, and when he saw the fated pearl, he immediately smiled. Sure enough, it was it. He turned around and couldn't see supreme incipient god realm anymore. He looked ahead. At the end of the horizon, there were circles of light that alternated and changed. It was extremely beautiful. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji calmed himself down and sensed his current state. He continued to recite the ancestral voice, allowing his comprehension state to reach its peak. The other side. Supreme incipient god realm was moving through the chaotic space basin. Her face was dark and gloomy as she mumbled, "What was that?" She could not understand how Zhou Xuanji managed to shake her off. She noticed the Fengyuan pearl, but she did not recognize it. This was also the first time she had seen this pearl. What kind of treasure could allow someone to escape right under her nose? He has already reached the spiritless state. This isn't a state that a Grand Supreme can reach. Supreme incipient god realm murmured. She stopped and closed her eyes to track Zhou Xuanji's aura. Unfortunately, Zhou Xuanji in the spiritless state was too fast. Even supreme incipient god realm could not track his aura. The endless universe was so vast that no living creature could observe the entire endless universe at once. The endless universe represented Boundless. It was impossible to explore it thoroughly. Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the spiritless state while being led by the fated pearl. The circle of light in front of him suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji lost his balance and fell. The surrounding scene changed instantly. He fell directly on the white jade-like ground and almost knelt down. He supported his body with the lesser supreme sword. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his legs were trembling slightly. He was under unimaginable pressure. It was as if he was carrying many quarts on his back. The pressure was suffocating him. He looked up and found that there was a huge temple in front of him. The gate alone was so tall that he could not see the top of the temple because it was shrouded in billowing black clouds. He looked back and saw the same black clouds in the distance. Except for the black clouds and the gate of the temple, he could only see the white jade-like ground under his feet. What is this place? Zhou Xuanji thought with a frown. He cast the sword fusion technique and stood up with difficulty. It was obviously shrouded in black clouds, but it was very bright here. Zhou Xuanji called Little Sovereign in his heart and asked, "Have you seen this place before?" Little Sovereign didn't dare to come out. His voice floated out from the sword, "I have never seen it before." "You escaped? Or were you imprisoned here by the supreme incipient god realm?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "The fated pearl helped me escape. You didn't see my speed just now. It really felt like I surpassed everything. I don't even know how far I flew." Little Sovereign was shocked. He remained silent. Zhou Xuanji wanted to move out, but he found that the space-time here was extremely stable. It was even a little terrifying. He couldn't jump out of here at all. He even found it difficult to fly. He furrowed his brow as his eyes fell on the giant gate in front of him. Is the exit in the gate? After thinking about it, he stepped forward. He was thousands of feet away from the giant gate. In the past, this distance was almost nothing to him. But now, it felt so far away. With every step he took, the pressure on his body increased. Whether it was moving forward or backward, as long as he moved, his body would feel heavier. After walking for half an hour, he finally arrived in front of the giant gate, sweating profusely. Only then did he arrive in front of the giant door, sweating profusely. He stretched out his hand to push the giant door open, but he couldn't do it. He had no strength left. Even if he was at his peak, he couldn't push it. "Forget it," Zhou Xuanji said softly. He slowly sat down and began to recite the ancestral voice to himself. As soon as the ancestral voice came out, the pressure on him immediately decreased. But it was still there. "It's too terrifying. What is this place? Even great sovereigns will be crushed to death here." Little Sovereign sighed. His tone was filled with fear. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would die here. He died in a strange and unknown place. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He needed time to calm down. As the ancestral voice resounded, the fated pearl also rose up and protected him again. He instantly relaxed. "I have to say that the fated pearl is very stable. This pearl is appearing more and more frequently. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?" Zhou Xuanji pondered in silence. The power of the fated pearl was beyond his imagination. It seemed that no matter what kind of predicament he was in, the fated pearl could easily help him solve it. Even the mysterious supreme incipient god was left behind by him in an instant. The supreme incipient god didn't even put sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven in his eyes. He must be an existence that surpassed great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji suddenly wanted to study the fated pearl again. Chapter 940. It seems like the fated fate pearl is the legendary supreme opportunity. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Little Sovereign's voice came from the sword. His tone was complicated. Supreme opportunity? Zhou Xuanji instinctively shook his head. He already felt that the supreme legendary sword system was a sovereign serendipity, so how could the fated pearl be the same? There were a total of 3 great supreme opportunities, and he monopolized 2 of them? Impossible. Seeing how decisive Zhou Xuanji was, Little Sovereign continued, "To be honest, apart from this, I really haven't heard of a treasure stronger than the fated encounter pearl." These words came from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Aren't you just the 3 courts great sovereign at most? How much do you know about the boundless universe?" Little Sovereign choked. He suddenly realized that what Zhou Xuanji said made sense. Indeed, his knowledge of the boundless universe was not much. Under the illumination of the fated fate pearl, Zhou Xuanji felt less and less pressure. He could not help but lie on the ground and began to pant. The supreme godly power in the Tianxia map surged into his meridians like an endless river, nourishing his physical body. The absolute invasion body absorbed it perfectly, causing his condition to recover rapidly. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his invading immortal body seemed to have become stronger again. The terrifying pressure squeezed the body, which could temper it. He suddenly had a bold idea. That was to cultivate his physical body here. It had been a long time since he had worked on his physical body. Instead, he had focused on refining his cultivation and soul. Now might be an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stopped thinking about how to escape. He stood up and put away the faded bead. The terrifying pressure that felt like the sky was collapsing came from all directions, and he almost fell down again. He used the sword fusion technique to forcibly stabilize his body. Whoosh, he panted heavily, his body trembling. He began to take a horse stance. This primitive yet effective method of tempering was the best method for him right now. And so, Zhou Xuanji focused on tempering his body. In this place, he wasn't worried that supreme incipient God realm experts would find him. When he was tired, he would take out the faded Fate Pearl to resist the pressure. He could also return to the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court realm. Time flew by. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The first superstar competition between the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court had officially begun. Zhou Xuanji opened up a void between the two worlds and created an arena for the saint competition. At the same time, he cast a spell so that everyone in the two worlds could watch the superstar competition with their eyes closed. The superstar competition this time was unprecedentedly lively. All the living beings were rejoicing, and at the same time, they revered the mighty power of the Sword Emperor. As far as the living beings of the two worlds knew, this was the first time the two worlds had interacted. In this superstar competition alone, the Sword Emperor's name will go down in history. That's not all. I feel like he's the strongest supreme being. Do you know how old the Sword Emperor is? Since ancient times, all geniuses have been overshadowed in front of the Sword Emperor, including those supremes. No words of praise are sufficient to praise the Sword Emperor. Who will be the most dazzling genius in this superstar competition? I blindly guessed the son of the supremacy, Zhou Tanhua. All living beings in the two worlds were in heated discussion. Among them, Zhou Tanhua's name was the most resounding. In the Kunlun Origin Court, everyone knew of him. Then, he came to the True Su Court and proved his strength to everyone here. He was a true genius. He had perfectly inherited the aptitude of the Sword Emperor. Now that Zhou Tanhua was representing the True Su Court, the Kunlun Origin Court was very dissatisfied, but it couldn't change anything. The living beings of Kunlun were just afraid that Zhou Xuanji would favor the True Su Court in the future. After all, the two supremes of the True Su Court were the Sword Emperor's women. The superstar competition hadn't changed much from previous competitions. After all, the purpose of the competition was to enliven the atmosphere of the two worlds and bring them closer together. Naturally, it wouldn't be a life and death competition. After Zhou Xuanji finished explaining the rules, the superstar competition officially began. Next, he returned to the outside world and continued to temper his body. After 1,000 years, his body had reached an extremely terrifying level. He felt that he could blow up the great sovereigns of the three courts with a single punch, destroying both their body and soul. This wasn't arrogance. It was really amazing. Although the pressure here was great, it contained some kind of miraculous effect. It could constantly strengthen his physique, and the speed at which it grew stronger was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji was training his sword under the pressure while looking at the giant door. He was very curious about what was inside. Could it be that it leads to another world? Zhou Xuanji didn't push it. He had a hunch that it might be difficult to come back after leaving. Although it was very dangerous here, it was also a great opportunity. I won't go out until I have the power to protect myself. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and murmured. The faces of Gu Tianlin, Shen Nianxing, and Supreme Incipient God flashed before his eyes. His will became even firmer. In the vast grey mist, Gu Tianlin and the chunky old man stood on the boat, vigilantly looking around. Is that thing still there? Gu Tianlin asked in a deep voice. The chunky old man took a deep breath and said, I'm not sure. I can no longer track his whereabouts. Gu Tianlin's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this. Ever since they escaped from Iceland, they had been followed by a mysterious existence. From time to time, they would be attacked. But after so long, they still couldn't see through the other party's true face. It's okay. We will reach our destination soon. With Master here, no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to mess around, the chunky old man said softly. The short and fat old man said softly, but the fear in his eyes did not dissipate. Gu Tianlin sat down cross-legged and coldly harumphed as he said, I don't know if Zhou Xuanji is dead or not. I feel like he's still alive. When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, he felt quite angry. After spending so much time, he was still unable to personally kill Zhou Xuanji. Despicable. He shouldn't be dead, he has great luck, the chunky old man replied. This was his intuition. There was something that he did not say. He saw the shadow of Gu Juejiu in Zhou Xuanji. Back then, when he had first met Gu Juejiu's demeanor was very similar to Zhou Xuanji's. If Gu Tianlin knew about this evaluation, he would definitely go berserk. In Gu Tianlin's heart, his father was incomparable and even more powerful than the ancient sovereign three heavens. Great luck? Humph. Gu Tianlin said disdainfully. That boy is alone in the end, he won't be able to go for long. The chunky old man smiled but did not say anything, allowing Gu Tianlin to belittle Zhou Xuanji. A brilliant light appeared ahead, like the other side of the world, divine and dazzling. Swish! The sound of the air being torn came from behind, and the chunky old man instinctively turned and slapped out with his palm. There was a loud bang. His right palm struck empty air, but their boat directly exploded. Gu Tianlin flew up and directly removed the seal, and his aura continuously grew. Kiki, Gu Tianlin. I'm going to kill you in front of your father. A sinister laugh sounded throughout this world, and before Gu Tianlin could react, a withered claw pierced through his chest. Chapter 941. How dare you? When the short and fat old man saw that Gu Tianlin had been injured, he was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to tear Gu Tianlin apart. There was no one behind Gu Tianlin, but the withered claw on his chest was real. What is it? Gu Tianlin looked back in horror and found that there was no one behind him. His heart thumped wildly, and he hurriedly unleashed his supreme god force to teleport away. But when he reappeared, the withered claw was still hanging from his chest. Withered claw suddenly turned around, and its 5 sharp nails pierced into his flesh, absorbing his supreme god force. Gu Tianlin grabbed the withered claw and tried to pull it out, but he was unable to do so. He began to pull with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, the withered claw seemed to be connected to his body, and he could not pull it off. The short and stout elder came in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Don't move." As he spoke, the short and stout old man stretched out his hand and tapped the withered claw. A series of black halos emerged from his right hand, and like phantoms, they drilled into the withered claw. In an instant, the withered claw shattered and scattered with the wind. "Let's go!" The short and stout old man shouted in a deep voice. He grabbed Gu Tianlin's shoulder and casually threw him. Gu Tianlin was directly flung away and quickly disappeared into the strong light at the end of the world. Then, the short and fat old man turned around, his white hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were sharp and his appearance was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of the mysterious gate, Zhou Xuanji's body moved about as he practiced his sword on the white jade ground. Every time he appeared, he would leave behind a series of afterimages, creating a majestic sight. His posture resembled that of a white crane, and it was the first sword technique he had learned. White crane sword technique. This sword technique was simple, but every time Zhou Xuanji trained, he would choose the white crane sword technique. The Great Tao was the simplest. A simple sword technique could always temper one's Tao heart. Now, Zhou Xuanji could already adapt to the pressure here. But he didn't think it was enough. He wanted to see if he could break through this space with his body. As for the giant door, he would open it last. What if there were unimaginable dangers hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji did not want to take any more risks. The Kunlun origin court was in the depths of his soul anyway, so he did not have to worry about anything. Brat, what kind of height has your fleshly body reached? I'm very curious. I really hope that a strong opponent will jump out at this time. Little Sovereign's voice came from the little supreme sword in a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and smiled, me too. Apart from the passage between the two worlds, he had never stayed in one place for such a long time. He was very confident and looked forward to his own strength. He continued to practice with his sword. After practicing the white crane sword technique 100,000 times, Zhou Xuanji finally rested. He laid on the ground. The faded fate pearl flew out and covered him, allowing him to relax. He looked at the faded pearl with a solemn expression. Right now, he still couldn't control the faded pearl. However, when he wanted the faded fate pearl to appear, it would appear. When he calmed down, this feeling was so terrible that it made him shudder. Little Sovereign's soul body floated out and looked at the faded fate pearl, but he only took a glance. Stop looking. Have you forgotten what happened before? Little Sovereign reminded. They were once obsessed with the faded fate pearl, and every time he recalled it, he would feel a lingering fear. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, don't worry, I know. The current him wouldn't fall for it so easily. He noticed that the color of the faded fate pearl had changed. Its surface was crystal clear and glowing red. But inside, silver and purple flashed from time to time. It looked very dazzling. What the hell are you? Zhou Xuanji murmured. Even though he was already very strong, he still couldn't see through the faded fate pearl. At this moment, the majestic fog and clouds in the sky began to roll faster and faster, forming a huge vortex. He fixed his eyes on it and suddenly sat up. Little Sovereign also raised his head. His expression changed drastically. No way, I jinxed it, Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look. Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look on his face. Since when did his mouth become so smelly? As soon as he spoke, enemies came. The two fixed their eyes on it and saw a stone man floating in the vortex. It was 100 feet tall. It was a divine general wearing armor. Even though it was just a stone statue, it looked extremely majestic. It was holding a long spear in its hand, looking down at Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Who are you? Tell me your name. Little Sovereign shouted in a loud voice. His voice shook the sky. The stone man didn't answer. Instead, he raised his spear and thrust it down. Boom! A strong gust of wind descended from the sky, almost making Zhou Xuanji lie down again. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, his whole body was tense. Instead, he stood up against the strong wind. The clouds and mist were swept away, turning into all kinds of shocking shapes. Zhou Xuanji slashed at the sky with the lesser supreme sword in his hand. A silver sword chi soared up, breaking the sky and slammed into the stone man head-on. An invisible aura shield wrapped around the stone man, blocking Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. Zhou Xuanji flew up, broke through the aura shield, and slammed his shoulder into the stone man's abdomen. A loud bang resounded. The stone man shattered instantly, turning into a white mist. Little Sovereign was dumbfounded. The moment Zhou Xuanji jumped up, he felt that his soul was about to explode. How strong is this kid's body? Zhou Xuanji didn't relax. He turned around and charged again. Boom! Just as the stone man appeared, it was smashed by Zhou Xuanji again. Zhou Xuanji began to charge back and forth. Every time the stone man recovered, he would smash it. The cycle repeated. The stone man's aura grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it completely disappeared, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji returned to the ground. He was shocked to find that the fated pearl was still high up in the sky. It was absorbing the powder left by the stone man. Could it be that this stone man is also formed by some kind of power? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. According to his guess, the fated pearl could absorb all kinds of power. Especially when a powerful force appeared, it would automatically appear. Little Sovereign rubbed his chin and said, "It should be." But this stone man came too suddenly. Will there be more danger later? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from all directions. The two turned around and saw that the sound came from the clouds. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were approaching. It can't be. Little Sovereign stuttered. Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of feet tall stone men stepped out of the clouds and mist from all directions. All of them were holding long spears in their hands. Their target was Zhou Xuanji and him. Zhou Xuanji's expression also turned solemn. He wasn't afraid of one stone man. But if there were tens of thousands or even more, how could he win? The stone men were still very strong. He had crashed into them so many times before he completely destroyed them. Why don't we run away? Little Sovereign suggested. His eyelids twitched wildly as he looked around. There were at least 100,000 of them. If they swarmed at him, no matter how strong Zhou Xuanji's body was, he would be blown up. Zhou Xuanji immediately turned around and arrived in front of the giant door. He pressed his hands on the door and began to push. Boom! 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 The stone men rushed toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable momentum. The ground shook violently. Chapter 942. Rumble. Under Zhou Xuanji's full push, the giant gate slowly opened. It was as though two giant mountains of creation were being moved, shaking the heavens and the earth. Legendary swords appeared behind him as he cast the primordial chaos sword shadow with his back facing the stoneman army. The legendary swords trembled in unison as countless sword shadows swept out like a torrent. A deafening explosion resounded. The stone men were swept away, but more and more stone men rushed over. The fastest stoneman arrived behind Zhou Xuanji. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, wanting to throw him out. Zhou Xuanji's battle physique erupted as the sovereign divine energy in his body compressed and exploded. The stoneman was directly blasted into pieces, turning into a mist of powder and dissipating. Next, the stone men rushed over one after another with unstoppable momentum. The primordial chaos sword shadow shot out one after another. Unfortunately, no matter how violent the sword river was, it couldn't stop the stoneman army's offensive. Bang! Zhou Xuanji felt a heavy blow on the back of his head. He almost fainted. The door moved forward a lot, but this distance was nothing compared to the entire door. He could only grit his teeth and push with all his might. No matter how many attacks were coming from behind him, he still had to keep moving forward. "Can you do it?" Little Sovereign cried out anxiously. Looking at the expressionless but unusually crazy stone men, he was scared out of his wits. In the Kunlun Origin Court, he could still be a sovereign with a calm demeanor. But in the endless universe, he was weak. Especially in such a mysterious place. There were countless dangers. He couldn't even see through the mysteries of it. Zhou Xuanji wanted to scold him, but now wasn't the time for idle chatter. All the legendary swords drilled into his body as he cast the sword fusion technique again. Even the myriad flower origin court sword was fused by him. Unprecedented power filled his body. Before, he didn't dare to fuse the Holy Ghost cursed sword. He had tried it before and his body almost exploded. After such a long period of tempering, the strength of his body had reached a new height. Under his explosive power, the giant gate opened faster and faster. His back suffered heavy blows one after another. He was in extreme pain. "Open for me!" he roared furiously. His legs began kicking wildly as he started running. Rumble. The massive door opened quickly, and a powerful light shone on Zhou Xuanji's body. Even though he was a great supreme of the four courts, he still couldn't withstand the intense light. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and his body plunged into the light. Those stone men swarmed forward and followed closely behind, but they were all drowned in the strong light. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Suddenly, he staggered and almost fell. The commotion behind him stopped abruptly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a boundless prairie. Countless cows and sheep were eating grass. The sky was very high and very blue. A gentle breeze blew, making people feel refreshed. Zhou Xuanji frowned with a strange expression. What is this place? It had been a long time since he had seen such scenery. They usually appeared in the mortal world, and it was very difficult to find them outside of the boundless world. Little Sovereign emerged from the sword and scanned the surroundings. He muttered, "The aura here is still harmonious. There must be something fishy." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also felt that there might be danger here. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as it appeared to the naked eye. He stepped forward and scanned the area with his divine will. Soon, he was moved. This was because no matter how much his spiritual force expanded, it could not reach the end. This place was truly boundless. "I can't tear apart time and space," Zhou Xuanji whispered. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice. The space here was even sturdier than outside the giant door. From the looks of it, this picturesque world was actually a cage. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and moved forward at full speed. However, it was as if he had entered a maze. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't find the exit. The vast prairie and the blue sky made him feel like he was going in circles. But the number of cows and sheep on the prairie told him that he wasn't in the same place. "It's over, what should we do?" Little Sovereign asked in a panic. He looked vigilant, fearing that an enemy would suddenly jump out. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Let's wait. The test outside the gate is to push open the giant gate. And here, there must be a place leading to the next level." Little Sovereign nodded. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was right. They began searching for this place. They searched for half a year. After half a year, Zhou Xuanji, sitting on the grass, cursed, "Forget it. There is no exit at all." Little Sovereign was also very angry, but he tried to stay calm. At first, he was even more flustered than Zhou Xuanji. But after all, he had lived for countless years. He understood that he had to stay calm at this time. "Since you can't find the exit, it might be a test of your mind," Little Sovereign muttered. Little Sovereign pondered and said, "Maybe when you reach a certain state, you can directly jump out." In his life, he had encountered countless opportunities. In the end, the rules were actually the same. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and sat on the grass, thinking carefully. You have to think about how you came in, little sovereign said meaningfully. He didn't point it out. First, he wasn't clear about it. Second, he didn't want to mislead Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's comprehension ability was better than his. He believed in Zhou Xuanji. I have to go out the way I came in, Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of the speed he used to escape. The speed that even a supreme incipient god couldn't catch up with. It was beyond the definition of speed. Is he going to leave in that state? He called the fated pearl, and it immediately flew out from the top of his head. Looking at the fated pearl, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He couldn't directly command the fated pearl. Right now, he could at most summon the fated pearl. He couldn't even find the secret to controlling the fated pearl freely. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Little sovereign didn't disturb him. He relaxed his body and mind and began to seriously enjoy the scenery. In the gray domain, supreme incipient god was meditating. She was holding a jade book in her hand, carefully reading it. Shen Nianqing suddenly appeared beside her and coldly said, "Bitch. What did you do to Zhou Xuanji?" Thousands of years had passed. Shen Nianqing couldn't find Zhou Xuanji at all. She couldn't even deduce his fate. She was very flustered. She had placed great expectations on Zhou Xuanji. "I am also looking for him," said Supreme Incipient God without raising his eyes. His tone was calm, which made Shen Nianqing even angrier. She asked in a deep voice, "If you hadn't chased him, would he have disappeared?" Sovereign Heaven has already controlled a quarter of the known domains. He is fighting with the ancient geniuses. And Hunyuan Heaven has opened up a great sage land and recruited countless disciples. The situation is unimaginable. If he continues to delay, there will be no place for him to stand in the endless universe. Supreme Incipient God's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that the jade book was extremely attractive to her. Shen Nianqing became even more furious. She raised her right palm, preparing to attack. Hongmeng Heaven has comprehended the godly state, Supreme Incipient God suddenly said. Shen Nianqing was stunned. Godly state, how is this possible? Her eyes widened in panic. Chapter 943. Delirious state. How is this possible? He's just a supreme of the four courts. Shen Nianqing muttered to herself in confusion. She couldn't believe this fact. Supreme Incipient God Realm answered, "I also think it's impossible. But he used the ethereal state to escape from me." Mentioning this, Supreme Incipient God had a gleam of fear in his eyes. She had always been curious about what serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained. Unfortunately, no matter how she flipped through countless books, she was still unable to find a corresponding treasure. There's only one way. Supreme opportunity. The three great paragons' opportunities were just an illusory legend. After ancient times, there were no more paragons' opportunities. If a supreme opportunity appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Shen Nianqing fell into a panic. She said to herself, if he really learns the state of spirit absence, then he already has the qualifications to step into that realm. I won't be able to control him. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. He doesn't belong to you. You should find another way to atone for your sins. You shouldn't waste your time, said Supreme Incipient God meaningfully. Shen Nianqing's footsteps paused. She hesitated for a moment before leaving. Supreme Incipient God Realm shook his head and said gloomily, "What do you want after all, under the blue sky, on the grassland?" Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and looked up at the fate pearl above his head. He kept chanting the ancestral voice. He had been chanting it for dozens of years, but it had no effect. However, he did not give up. Instead, he immersed himself in it. Little Sovereign would pop up from time to check on his condition. Compared to him, Little Sovereign was much more at ease. He didn't have any pressure and spent most of his time sleeping. That speed, that state, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He had already formed an obsession. He must master that speed state. As his obsession deepened, the faded fate pearl also transformed. Its interior gradually turned silvery blue, and there were many faint twinkling starlight. It was extremely resplendent. Another period of time passed. A ray of light shot out from the faded fate pearl, and Zhou Xuanji immediately shut up. He focused his gaze and his pupils dilated. "That is," Zhou Xuanji mumbled with a grave expression. There was a face in the depths of the faded fate pearl. A face that was exactly the same as his. Most importantly, the eyes on the face were trembling slightly, as if they could open at any time. Even Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled as he watched. He quickly summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about the matter. "What?" Little Sovereign was moved. He followed Zhou Xuanji's gaze and saw a face that was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. He said in shock, "Oh my God, could it be another Zhou Fa?" Zhou Xuanji did not find it funny and asked instead, "Stop joking. If this thing gives birth to a will, can you imagine the consequences?" The faded fate pearl was so powerful that it was almost omnipotent. It was stronger than any power he had ever seen. If this power formed its own will, it would definitely become the strongest existence in the boundless universe. "No, this isn't a sign of a will forming." Little Sovereign frowned. He hesitated for a while before continuing to speculate, "It's like a master recognition ceremony. Haven't you noticed? Its aura is gradually changing to the same as yours." Aura? Only then did Zhou Xuanji realize that the faded fate pearl's aura was changing. Previously, he was too nervous and neglected his aura. Looking at it now, the faded fate pearl's aura was indeed very similar to his. It was getting weaker and weaker, and he could clearly sense this change. Could it really be a master recognition ceremony? Zhou Xuanji looked at the face within the faded fate pearl, and he suddenly felt that his hairs were standing on end. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of closeness. He raised his right hand and gently held the faded fate pearl. A strange warm current drilled into his palm. Sure enough. "You succeeded. You succeeded." Little Sovereign cried out in excitement as if he had been recognized by the faded fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji looked at the faded fate pearl in his palm and murmured, "Are you really willing to surrender to me?" The faded fate pearl burst out with colorful rays of light. In the next second, these rays of light surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body like gossamer. Zhou Xuanji sensed a mysterious state. Inexplicably, he got the name of this state. Soulless. It could pass through all dimensional planes and wasn't bound by any power. The soulless state was a shuttling state that great sovereigns couldn't understand. Once one entered the soulless state, no existence could shake or chase him. Soulless state. So that's how it is. What kind of cultivation can achieve this extraordinary state? Zhou Xuanji chuckled as his purple pupils gradually turned into the form of the faded fate pearl. There was a loud bang. The grassland shattered as sand and dust rose into the air. Zhou Xuanji floated in the air as countless rays of light surrounded him. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the soulless state. Circles of light were still flying around him, dazzling everyone's eyes. "You succeeded." Little Sovereign was extremely excited. Looking at the surrounding scene, he was wild with joy. Zhou Xuanji was also observing his surroundings. This time, there were no enemies chasing him. He could seriously experience the soulless state. Speed that surpasses everything. Do as you please. I can do whatever I want, Zhou Xuanji murmured in a low voice as he looked ahead. The fated fate pearl was still in his hand. It didn't resist him but instead provided him with a warm power. This kind of power didn't conflict with the cold power in his body. Instead, it blended with each other, helping the cold power grow stronger. Can you stop? Try it, little sovereign urged. He hoped that Zhou Xuanji could freely master the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and replied, I can't. The reason why he could enter the soulless state was because of the help of the fated fate pearl. He had entered, but if he wanted to go out, he ordered in his heart, take me out. The fated fate pearl in his palm immediately became hot, taking him out of the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji only felt a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, he had arrived in a universe with very little pressure. He opened his eyes and looked around. The starry sky here was bright and filled with the unique strange spiritual chi of the endless universe. Didn't you succeed? Little Sovereign said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, although the fated fate pearl listens to me, I haven't truly mastered this state. He was fascinated by the power of the soulless state. But if he didn't master it himself, he really wouldn't feel at ease. What if the fated fate pearl turned its back on him one day? Don't think so much. You can take it slowly in the future, little Sovereign comforted. The fated fate pearl had already recognized Zhou Xuanji as its master. So, he could freely enter the soulless state by relying on the fated fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then swept out with his divine will. He wanted to know if he had really returned to the endless universe. This is... A look of surprise appeared on his face. Thunder League. Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I actually came back here. There was a huge black area at the end of the universe. It was like a terrifying vortex. Even the stars looked so small in front of it. Hearing this, little Sovereign immediately became nervous and said, hurry up and leave. A cardinal heaven might be nearby. Chapter 944. Cardinal Heaven. Hearing this name, Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. A Cardinal Heaven expert had resurrected here and was hunting down the Kunlun Origin Court Supremes. Wasn't this equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's den? Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Even though Zhou Xuanji did not learn the godly bodiless mode, he had already comprehended it. His speed was much faster than before, and he left the 10,000 domain devil lair's territory with a single step. Next, I need to find a quiet place to cultivate without being disturbed. Zhou Xuanji said as he moved forward. He could not wait to master the godless state. With such a state, where couldn't he go in the boundless universe? Just thinking about it made his heart burn. Little Sovereign was also excited. He sighed and said, this is the first time I've experienced this state. It's more like a realm. As long as Zhou Xuanji entered the spiritless mode, theoretically, no one could catch him. Wouldn't that be equivalent to an invincible life-saving talisman? I think the fated predestined pearl can give me more surprises. The cold energy I've absorbed is really strong. Although it can't stop a supreme incipient god realm expert, it's more than enough to deal with Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Although Gu Tianlin had not completely revealed his trump card in front of him, he did not take Gu Tianlin seriously at all. Little Sovereign nodded and said with a smile, if he knew that you have become so strong, he would definitely explode in anger. He suddenly looked forward to Zhou Xuanji running into Gu Tianlin. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but laugh. He also began to look forward to it. Perhaps if he wandered around for a while longer, Gu Tianlin would come. Zhou Xuanji moved forward at full speed. He used the sovereign's divine power to protect little sovereign's soul. The two were talking and laughing happily. After surviving a calamity, one should laugh heartily. On a huge red tree, Shen Nianqing was leaning against the trunk to cultivate. She suddenly opened her eyes and revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. This guy has appeared again. She immediately disappeared from the tree to search for Zhou Xuanji. But soon, Zhou Xuanji's aura disappeared. She stopped in the space-time turbulence and frowned. Could it be that he has really mastered the godless state? That's impossible. His fate energy has disappeared several times before. He's probably hiding in some dimension. Shen Nianqing muttered to herself. She didn't believe that Zhou Xuanji could master the godly state. She and the supreme incipient god both thought that some treasure was helping Zhou Xuanji enter the spiritless state. After thinking about it, she could only go back. The other side. Zhou Xuanji had already returned to absolute time. He took the fated fate pearl and continued to comprehend the godless state. The fated fate pearl brought him into the godless state consecutively. Every time he exited, he would no longer be in the absolute time realm but in an unfamiliar spacetime. The distance covered by the godly soulless state was simply unimaginable. Under its guidance, Zhou Xuanji saw many races and worlds that he could not imagine before. The races in the boundless universe were truly innumerable, and each had their own strong points. Some had weak cultivations, yet they had special abilities that didn't require the consumption of magic power, and it was truly miraculous. Under such circumstances, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the godly absent status was finally on the right path. 100 years later, he returned to the absolute time realm and summoned a clone while his main body entered the soul plane. After the superstar competition between the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court, the two courts officially connected and began to interact with each other. Zhou Xuanji had set up a teleportation formation for them, allowing them to break through the court realm barrier. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji summoned Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Mortal Sovereign, the 12 ancestors, and the 9 sovereign officials. He asked, "Is there any trouble in the development of the two realms recently?" Although he could see the situation of the two realms, he didn't have the energy to pay attention to every detail. "Sovereign, the peace rule has begun to work. Because we can't start a war, some divine ranges will use other means to suppress other divine ranges," an ancestor said. A technique ancestor stood out and said. His expression was nervous, afraid that he would say something wrong. The ban on war was issued by Zhou Xuanji himself. It had allowed the Kunlun Origin Court to maintain peace for thousands of years. From today onwards, the Kunlun Origin Court will return to how it was before. No large-scale war can break out, but there can be fights, Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. Cultivators fought against the heavens and against humans. How unbearable would it be to have cultivation but not be able to fight with magical techniques? A sovereign official stood up and said, "Can you give us some of the unique treasures of the Kunlun Origin Court? In return, we will contribute some to improve the environment of the two courts. This matter involves the interests of too many divine ranges. It's not convenient for us to decide directly." Whether it was in the Kunlun Origin Court or the True Su Court, the resources had been divided up by the divine ranges. If they wanted to trade on a large scale, it would affect the interests of each divine range. Zhou Xuanji said, "With my order, let them exchange with equal value. The divine ranges who are willing to exchange can enjoy one of my sermons." Hearing this, the 9 sovereign officials and the 12 ancestors were pleasantly surprised. They even wanted to hand over their resources. Back when Zhou Xuanji taught them the Tao, no matter how high their cultivation was, they would obtain a domain. Until now, countless creatures were fantasizing about the Sword Emperor teaching the Tao again. Next, the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials continued to speak about the wishes of all living beings. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Mortal Sovereign stood at the side without saying a word. Xian Xianghua and Mortal Sovereign had already become the 2 sovereigns of the true Su court. They were highly respected. So, they had to maintain basic etiquette here. After the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials left, Xian Xianghua said, "These trivial matters are giving me a headache. Managing a court is far more difficult than controlling a sect." Her tone was bitter and her face was full of helplessness. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said in a bad mood, "You have the nerve to say that. Most of the affairs have fallen on Mortal Sovereign's shoulders. You have been cultivating all this time. Are you tired? Why don't you give the sovereign's position to your grandson?" Zhou Tanhua was undisciplined by nature and liked to cultivate. He wasn't suitable to be a ruler. But his son, Zhou Tianyuan, liked power. Xian Xianghua curled her lip and said, "Is that kid qualified?" Jiang Shui smiled and said, "If Xuanji says he is qualified, then he is." Xian Xianghua also agreed. Zhou Xuanji ruled the 2 worlds. Whoever he appointed as the sovereign would represent him. No one dared to refute him. "How is my sister recently? Have you heard any news about her?" Mortal Sovereign then asked, a look of expectation in her eyes. She knew that Zhou Xuanji had been wandering in the endless universe. She had wanted to ask about it for a long time. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "She is very good, but she might not be." He didn't clarify his words, but Mortal Sovereign could understand what he meant. "I believe that Nianqing is still alive. One day, I will find her," Mortal Sovereign sighed faintly. This sisterly love moved Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua. They didn't know how to comfort her and could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stared at Mortal Sovereign and said, "I promise you, I will find out her identity and find Shen Nianqing." Chapter 945. After dealing with the matters of the 2 worlds, the 3 women left, while Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne and looked down at the various worlds. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan was roaming the universe within the Zhensu court realm. He had established a sect called Heaven Sect. He had already reached the Tao ancestor realm, and his name had spread far and wide. Zhou Xuanji had high hopes for his grandson. Although Zhou Tanhua had great aptitude, his ambition was average. He only knew how to cultivate. Perhaps he could achieve unimaginable achievements in cultivation, but it would be very difficult for him to become the lord of the court realm. He could not, but his son could. Zhou Tianyuan inherited Zhou Xuanji's domineering nature. Zhou Xuanji sensed this the first time he met him. This was also the reason why he had bestowed Zhou Tianyuan with an invincible cultivation base. He wanted to see what Zhou Tianyuan would do once he became a sovereign. Unfortunately, this kid made him feel both disappointed and gratified at the same time. Zhou Tianyuan would not take advantage of his position to bully others, nor would he bully the weak. Of course, it was also very easy for him to stagnate. "I have to let this kid experience what I went through in the past." Zhou Xuanji smirked and sent out an outer-of-soul clone to test his grandson. After giving the order, he returned to the absolute time realm and continued to comprehend the godless state. He only had one goal now. That was to learn the godless state. If he didn't learn this state, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill his way into the boundless universe. With the fated Fate Pearl, he felt that he would be able to learn the godly state soon. Time quickly passed in the Kunlun Origin Court. When Zhou Xuanji was just over 6,900 years old, he finally comprehended the godly state. A strange energy surged out of the fated encounter pearl and drilled into his body. At this moment, he felt an existence that transcended the plane. It was very much like the absolute time realm. Once one entered such an existence, one would be able to transcend everything. This kind of existence could move, unlike the absolute time realm that was fixed in one place. Zhou Xuanji called this existence the godly nothingness realm. He attached the godly state to the surface of his body, as if he was wearing an invisible layer of clothes. He entered the spiritless state and began to roam freely. He could control the godless state as he pleased. He could stop when he wanted and move forward when he wanted. This feeling was simply too awesome. He summoned Little Supreme Being to share his feelings. Awesome! You learned it so quickly. Little Sovereign exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that Zhou Xuanji would take a long time to practice. Zhou Xuanji smiled modestly and said, "It's all right, I still need to improve. It would be perfect if I could see the scene above the boundless universe in the godly blank state. Only with vision could he know where to stop. Don't worry, this is already a big improvement. I guess only a few great sovereigns can comprehend the God-free state," Little Sovereign said with a smile. He could see that Zhou Xuanji was showing off, but he didn't point it out. After that, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the spiritless mode. In the next second, he arrived in a domain above the boundless universe. Coincidentally, as soon as he appeared, he sensed the aura of a court. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned around. There was an expanse of multicolored light ahead. From afar, it looked like a sea of stars, magnificent and picturesque. Within the multicolored light was a court world that was smaller than the true Su court world. Zhou Xuanji sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. He immediately found the sovereign and called him out. It was a female sovereign with green skin. Although her appearance was exquisite, she had no hair. She had 4 horns on her head and was wearing a purple dress with phoenix feathers. She looked at Zhou Xuanji nervously and asked in a soft voice, "Your Excellency, what do you want?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I want to subdue your court world. You can choose to join me and serve me as your master. Or you can choose to die in battle." The female sovereign's expression slightly changed. She was at a loss. She could feel that she was no match for Zhou Xuanji. But how could she willingly follow Zhou Xuanji? She fell into a dilemma. Should she resist or not? I already control 2 courts. There will be more in the future. If you join me now, your court world will only benefit. You can regard me as your backer. I will make you stronger. To tell you the truth, the boundless universe is about to usher in a great change. Without me, you will be annexed by others or even destroyed, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very casually. He wasn't worried that the other party would refuse him at all. The female sovereign hesitated for a moment before asking, "How strong are you?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "My cultivation is only at the 4 court great sovereigns, but my strength is far more than that." After saying this, his aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The female sovereign's expression changed drastically. Fear was written all over her face. How could there be such a powerful being? She took a deep breath and knelt in the air, saying, "Greetings, Master." Actually, during this period of time, she often sensed a powerful aura passing above the court world, which made her tremble with fear. Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful being she had ever seen. Rather than being afraid, it was better to surrender. "Very good. I will make you and your being stronger together," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he sent the female sovereign into the court world. He sent a telepathic message to the female sovereign, telling her not to be nervous. He was going to integrate the court world into his soul. After the female sovereign heard about it, she was greatly shocked and nervous at the same time. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji was deceiving her. However, Zhou Xuanji absorbed very quickly. He suppressed the rules of this Fang court world with his absolute cultivation. None of the beings inside felt any abnormality. Everything was so calm. Because of this, the female sovereign was even more in awe of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also learned the name of this Fang court world. Zhan Lanting Realm. Sovereign Yiyu. Zhou Xuanji did not let Zhan Lanting Realm communicate with the other two realms. Instead, he focused on the Kunlun sword in his soul. Back then, he was attacked by a great sovereign in the boundless universe and absorbed his soul. Demon Venerable Qiyu. After so many years of torture, Demon Venerable Qiyu had already surrendered. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into Demon Venerable Qiyu's ears, "Do you want to go out?" Demon Venerable Qiyu, who was on his last breath, immediately raised his head and cried out, "Yes. Yes. Yes." He was extremely excited as though he had found a life-saving straw. "After we go out, follow me and recover your body." After Zhou Xuanji spoke, he moved Demon Venerable Qiyu's soul out. At this moment, Demon Venerable Qiyu did not have the control he had back then. He was extremely weak, like a ball of flame. Zhou Xuanji injected his own divine power into his soul to help him maintain his soul power. He sat down and began observing Zhan Lanting Realm. Demon Venerable Qiyu was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, he took a deep breath and sat down as well. He kept a distance of 15 meters from Zhou Xuanji. He did not dare to get closer or further away. About 5 years had passed. Demon Venerable Qiyu's body was reconstructed. His cultivation was far from a court sovereign's. Zhou Xuanji settled Zhan Lanting Realm down. He asked Xian Xianghua, mortal sovereign, the 12 law ancestors, and the 9 supremes to meet Sovereign Yiyu. At first, Sovereign Yiyu was a little nervous. But after hearing the 9 supremes' description of Zhan Lanting Realm, she began to look forward to it. Following the Sword Emperor might be an opportunity. Chapter 946. In the Soul Treasury's tripartite court realm, Zhou Xuanji continued forward with Demon Venerable Qiyu. "Master, what do you want to do?" Demon Venerable Qiyu asked cautiously. Zhou Xuanji was giving off an aura that made him shudder. He was like a completely different person compared to before he was defeated. He was very curious about what kind of serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained during this period of time. Conquer the court realm and aspire to the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji replied casually, looking straight ahead. Demon Venerable Qiyu's heart beat wildly when he heard him. Such a big tone. If someone else said this, he might have despised it. But somehow, when it came from Zhou Xuanji, he couldn't help but think of that scene. Just thinking about it made him excited. "Serve me well, and you will receive benefits in the future. Benefits that you can't even imagine now," Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He had already made a plan. Which was to conquer the court realm one after another. He wanted to imitate Gu Zun and create an era that belonged only to him. Demon Venerable Qiyu fell into infinite reverie. After flying for a few days, Zhou Xuanji brought Sovereign Yiyu out and brought her along to experience the endless universe's magnificence. Sovereign Yiyu had been staying in the Zhan Lanting realm. Even if she left, she would return quickly. So she was very curious about the endless universe. She felt better after seeing Demon Venerable Qiyu. Even someone with a higher cultivation than her was like this. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Demon Venerable Qiyu felt comfortable too. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was conquered. "Qiyu, tell me about the strange things you encountered in the endless universe," Zhou Xuanji instructed suddenly. Demon Venerable Qiyu was stunned but didn't refuse. He thought for a while and began to tell his story. As someone who loved to hunt great sovereigns in the endless universe, his story was naturally interesting. Other than being bored, Zhou Xuanji also wanted Sovereign Yiyu to learn from him. Demon Venerable Qiyu became more and more enthusiastic as he talked. Sovereign Yiyu listened very seriously, which made the atmosphere very lively. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally let Little Sovereign out to compete with Demon Venerable Qiyu in eloquence. After a few months, they arrived at a cosmos with countless giant meteorites floating in the air. There were many corpses here, and there were creatures of all races. Blood energy wafted about, making one shiver in fear. There's a murderous aura. Demon Sovereign Qiyu reminded with a deep voice. He was not speaking to Zhou Xuanji but to Sovereign Yeyue. Venerable Yiyu took out her Dharma treasure and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword and released his right hand. The Holy Ghost cursed sword immediately shot out. Xiao! It turned into a beam of black light and flew around in this meteorite universe. Ah! A miserable cry came as the Holy Ghost cursed sword pierced through a person and flew back to Zhou Xuanji. This person was as thin as a match and looked like a dwarf. His skin was shriveled, his face was old, and he only had a few strands of hair. He cried out in horror, "It's none of my business. I haven't been here for long. Don't kill me." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said coldly, "What happened before?" The exterminating divine eyes emitted a strange purple light, and the old dwarf was strangely frozen. He replied woodenly, "I'm not sure. I've been on this path ever since I came." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and directly threw the person out. The old dwarf came back to his senses and immediately fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Scarlet Brilliance asked, "Should we leave as well?" This place was too dangerous, and it made him very nervous. "Let's go." Zhou Xuanji looked around and said softly. Other than the dwarf, there were no other living beings. The culprit must have left, and there was no need for him to waste time here. It's a pity that a court realm was destroyed just like that. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and sighed. These living beings did not have high cultivation, and they were evidently from a court realm. After the mysterious existence broke through the barrier, these living beings could not escape in time and were killed. Scarlet Brilliance did not feel anything, but Sovereign Yeyue frowned slightly. Fear could be seen in her eyes. If it was not Zhou Xuanji who found Zhan Lanting Realm but some other powerful cultivator, what would happen to Zhan Lanting Realm? Just thinking about it gave her lingering fear. "Master, do you know what happened?" There were many similar scenes along the way, Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked in confusion. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what happened in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. After that, he told them about the legend of the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were both shocked. Such a catastrophe was coming to the boundless universe. The sovereign heaven that was sealed by all living beings in the boundless universe made a comeback. It was bound to take revenge on all living beings. Hunyuan Heaven and Sovereign Heaven joined hands. Is there anyone in the boundless universe who can resist them? Sovereign Yeyue asked with a frown. According to Zhou Xuanji, the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens were the most powerful existences. If they joined hands, they would be invincible. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, that was in the past. The current boundless universe is beyond their imagination. Little Sovereign once said that the ancient geniuses weren't weaker than the Three Heavens, but they couldn't have the same achievements as the Three Heavens. This was enough to explain a lot. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu became even more curious. What was the scenery at the top of the boundless universe? After the three left, the corpses turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the meteorites turned into flying sand and disappeared. 2 years later, Zhou Xuanji stood on the Lesser Supreme Sword, looking ahead with a calm expression. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were besieging a great sovereign. This great sovereign had the cultivation of 2 courts, but he was at a disadvantage under the siege of the 2. Demon Sovereign Chiyu's strength had only barely recovered to the level of a court great sovereign. Fortunately, Sovereign Yeyue was a great sovereign of 2 courts. Damn, the great sovereign gnashed his teeth. He was already powerless against the 2 in front of him. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the distance, he became even more terrified. If this continued, he would lose without a doubt. Are you afraid? Surrender to me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. It felt so good that he didn't have to do anything himself. It seemed like he had to subdue more great sovereigns in the future. I swear not to surrender. The great sovereign cried hoarsely. Just as he finished speaking, a sword chi descended from the sky and killed him. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Chiyu were startled and immediately dodged. They instinctively looked back at Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! The Soul Kunlun sword flew over and collected the great sovereign's soul. Demon Sovereign Chiyu said in a depressed tone, Master, didn't we agree not to attack? Sovereign Yeyue was also a little dissatisfied. By now, they no longer doubted Zhou Xuanji's strength. They also wanted to hone themselves through battles. Zhou Xuanji smiled softly and said, Next time, my opponent is here. Just as he finished speaking, a mighty pressure came from the depths of the universe, changing the color of time and space. It was Gu Tianlin. He was wearing black armor and holding a trident in his hand. The blade of the trident was shining brightly. Zhou Xuanji, I finally caught you. Just in time. Gu Tianlin said with a sinister smile as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji with the trident in his hand. His eyes were filled with hatred, looking even crazier than before. Chapter 947. Seeing that Gu Tianlin was coming at him aggressively, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless but excited. Good timing. He had been waiting for Gu Tianlin to come. After waiting for so long, he finally came. Let's just remove your seal. The current you is no match for me. Zhou Xuanji said with a domineering smile. With a wave of his right hand, the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand, and the other legendary swords fused into his body. Sword fusion technique. His aura exploded. He came up to Gu Tianlin in a single step and slashed at him. Gu Tianlin swung his trident, and with a loud clang, the surrounding space rippled visibly. At this moment, an icy power shot out along the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Gu Tianlin's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged, but it was too late. The icy power froze him, and the surrounding space was also frozen. Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yeyue's expressions changed. They could not escape in time, but just when the icy power was about to touch them, they stopped abruptly. The universe fell silent. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide. He could not believe that he was frozen. He was defeated the moment they clashed. How could it be? He was a genius. What was Zhou Xuanji? How long had it been since he was born? At this moment, Gu Tianlin was on the verge of breaking down. He wanted to remove his seal, but he could not do it. He hadn't even had the chance to display his most powerful self before he was sealed. This was simply a great humiliation. Not convinced? Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The icy power melted instantly. Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide and broke the seal straight away. His aura soared. The first seal. The second seal. The third seal. He activated the 100th seal straight away, and the surrounding universe crumbled. The scene was extremely shocking. Both Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were frightened. The horrifying pressure almost suffocated them, and they felt as though their souls would be destroyed at any moment. So powerful, Sovereign Yeyue opened her eyes wide and mumbled in fear. It was her first time encountering such a powerful aura. So was Demon Sovereign Qiyu. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with worry in their eyes. Could Zhou Xuanji deal with such a powerful enemy? He had already sealed the enemy in ice, but he was playing with fire. They could not help but complain in their hearts. After all, if Zhou Xuanji lost, they would die. You asked for it. Gu Tianlin laughed ferociously. He raised his trident high and swung it down. The violent divine power was like a shining giant axe that chopped down. Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air, and his slash missed. The next moment, Gu Tianlin felt a chill, and he subconsciously turned around and brandished his halberd. The power of ice rushed towards him and froze him again. His pupils constricted. How was this possible? He was sealed again. It shouldn't be like this. Why? He roared in his heart. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and said with a cold smile, I feel the same as you, shocked that you are so weak. Gu Tianlin was so furious that he almost fainted. Utter humiliation. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt like they were in a dream. The powerful and invincible Gu Tianlin was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's image quickly grew in their hearts. Zhou Xuanji put his hand on the ice and began absorbing Gu Tianlin's divine energy. He could use Gu Tianlin to enhance his cultivation. He might even be able to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Gu Tianlin sensed that his divine energy was being sucked away and was enraged. But there was nothing he could do. The Ice Demon Emperor's power surpassed his cultivation level, and he could only endure it silently. Zhou Xuanji's aura began to grow, while his aura weakened. One side felt comfortable, while the other was in pain. This guy's cultivation is powerful indeed. No wonder he has 100 layers of seals. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. If not for the fact that his body had evolved, he might not have been able to withstand Gu Tianlin's power. Perhaps, he could really break through with this. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue could tell what Zhou Xuanji was doing. They did not dare to disturb him and could only wait patiently. If he had absorbed my divine energy back then, Sovereign Yeyue suddenly thought of this, and fear appeared on her face. In the blink of an eye. 6 hours had passed. Zhou Xuanji had yet to absorb all of Gu Tianlin's divine energy. His cultivation had reached a huge leap, and he was about to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Let him go. An ancient voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the short and fat old man who had been following Gu Tianlin walking toward him. His eyes were cold, and the threat in them was evident. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, You think I'll let him go just like that? He did not underestimate the short and fat old man. Just from this exchange of glances, he knew that he was no match for the old man. But he had already learned the godless mode, so he had no reason to fear him. Previously, he suppressed Gu Tianlin with the godless mode. Even a supreme incipient god could not catch up to him, let alone Gu Tianlin. Young one, you are powerful indeed, but don't go to the extreme. You know who his father is. Once you anger his father, you will be finished. The short and fat old man threatened as he drew closer to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji pulled Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue toward him straightaway. The short and fat old man did not stop him. With him around, Zhou Xuanji could not escape. He disdained to attack Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue. You are right, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, Zhou Xuanji disappeared with the 3 of them. He entered the godless mode straightaway, transcending everything and jumping out of this universe. The short and fat old man was stunned. Oh no! He came back to his senses and immediately gave chase. But how could he catch up to Zhou Xuanji, who was in the godless mode? How could he be so fast? Could it be? The short and fat old man thought of a legendary state, and his face turned extremely unsightly. Zhou Xuanji's growth was just too fast. How could Gu Tianlin, who was far away, compare to him? Most importantly, Gu Tianlin was captured. Could he come back alive? Gu Tianlin had been hunting Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years. In the godless mode, Zhou Xuanji carried Gu Tianlin and moved forward. As for Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue, they had already returned to Zhan Lanting's realm. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin's eyes were filled with shock. What is this? He was dazzled by the high-speed circles of light around him. Evidently, it was his first time in the godless mode. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "No one can save you. You should have thought of this possibility when you were hunting me back then." After he absorbed all of Gu Tianlin's cultivation, he would kill this guy. Given Gu Tianlin's personality, he would surely bear a grudge against him. There was no need to let him live. Having heard that, Gu Tianlin was both furious and afraid. He did not want to die just like that. A while later, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the godless mode and entered the absolute time mode. Gu Tianlin was shocked by the absolute time mode again. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were shrouded in mist. Who is he? His heart was filled with bewilderment. Even Hongqin Saint Lord did not have such means. Zhou Xuanji saw his confusion but did not explain. Go to hell with your puzzlement. Chapter 948. Absolute Time. Zhou Xuanji kept absorbing Gu Tianlin's supreme divine power. Gu Tianlin, who was sealed in ice, couldn't resist or even speak. He begged Zhou Xuanji with his eyes, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji ignored him. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Do you know who the old man beside Gu Tianlin is? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This was the first time he had fought with the old man. Although they had not exchanged blows, he could truly feel the old man's aura. It was indeed very strong. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. If not for the soulless state, he would most likely be dead by now. He should be a trusted aide of Gu Juejiu. This person is very strong. His identity is not simple to be able to follow Gu Tianlin. Little Sovereign pondered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You really know how to talk nonsense." Little Sovereign rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Now, there were fewer and fewer things he could help Zhou Xuanji with. His experience and knowledge were no longer enough to answer Zhou Xuanji's questions. Little Supreme Expert went back into the Lesser Supreme Sword in a depressed manner. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Gu Tianlin. At this time, Little Supreme suddenly appeared again and shouted, "I remember now, there is a person next to Gu Juejiu. His name is Long Sheng. It's definitely him. Long Sheng is amazing. He was already born before the fall of the Cardinal Heaven. He is even older than Gu Juejiu. Dragon Saint?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, and a look of shock appeared in Gu Tianlin's eyes. How did this guy know? Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, "I heard my senior say that Long Sheng is very strong. I don't know why he hibernated beside Gu Juejiu. It's a complete disgrace to his strength and talent." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What's the Dragon Saint's power level?" Although he was already a great paragon of the four courts, the boundless universe was still mysterious in his eyes. "I'm not sure, but he should be a level stronger than Hongqin Holy Monarch." Little Sovereign muttered. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He was curious about how many dragon saints were around Gu Juejiu. Until now, he still didn't know how big Gu Juejiu's influence was. According to Little Sovereign, ancient peerless geniuses probably dominated a quarter of the endless universe. However, the boundless universe was too big. How big was a quarter of it? No one knew. Just as he was thinking, Gu Tianlin's aura became weaker and weaker. Gu Tianlin's eyes had already dimmed. He knew that he was going to die. Zhou Xuanji did not give him any hope. After his divine energy was completely drained, Zhou Xuanji extracted his soul and sealed it in the Kunlun sword before destroying his body. The reason why he didn't kill Gu Tianlin immediately was to stall for time. With Gu Juejiao's ability, if his son's body and soul were destroyed, he would definitely notice it. Although Zhou Xuanji had the spirit bodiless state, he did not want to leave himself with no way out. He sat in meditation in the void, beginning to break through to the paragons of the 5 courts. Zhou Xuanji had to admit that Gu Tianlin's cultivation was indeed profound. Just by absorbing his cultivation, Zhou Xuanji had an opportunity to break through. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice to help him. A long time passed. In the end, he became a supreme of the 5 courts without any hindrance. With the invading supremacy body, he perfectly absorbed Gu Tianlin's cultivation, and with the help of the ancestral voice, he could easily break through without using any techniques. After reaching the great sovereign of the 5 courts, Zhou Xuanji continued to adjust the sovereign divine energy in his body. After his cultivation stabilized, he left the absolute time realm. Returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji summoned Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue again. The two were stunned and looked around instinctively. After making sure that there were no enemies, they heaved a sigh of relief. That guy was all ready. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked cautiously. He could not forget the scene of Gu Tianlin removing the 100 layers of seals. That aura was too horrifying. Just like you, Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and shuddered. He did not want to recall the nightmare in the Kunlun sword. Let's continue, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He wanted to explore the boundless universe and conquer the court realms while looking at those mystical domains. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu caught up with him. This time, the two were filled with anticipation. They already believed in Zhou Xuanji's power and were looking forward to what they would encounter next. Master, how many court realms are you going to take? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked with a smile. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was quite approachable. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said calmly, I've never thought about it. The more the better. Amidst the layers of red clouds, a wooden hut stood on a sea of clouds. Outside the wooden hut, a middle-aged man sat at a stone table and drank tea. He was handsome and had white hair. He wore a blue robe and looked toward the horizon with a profound gaze. A red leaf floated past him, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. He grabbed the leaf and mumbled, It's been 10 billion years since a leaf has fallen. Could it be that another heretic has risen? Just as he spoke, a pillar of water suddenly rose from the ground beside him and quickly turned into a mirror. The mirror showed the scene of Zhou Xuanji, Demon Sovereign Qiyu, and Sovereign Yeyue advancing. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji and narrowed his eyes. Spiritless state, surrounded by ancestral voice. What a great opportunity, the blue-robed man mumbled softly. The blue-robed man murmured softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He threw out the leaf in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the leaf turned into a human. It was a young man. Although he had a handsome face, he did not have a mouth. His body was slightly skinny, and his hair was combed under a jade crown. His eyes were calm like water as he silently looked at the blue-robed man. You shall be called Wuyan. Go take a look at this person and stay beside him. The blue-robed man pointed at the water mirror beside him and smiled. Wuyan looked over and memorized Zhou Xuanji's face before nodding lightly. Following this, the blue-robed man waved his right hand and sent him away. Post-Ancient Sovereign 3 Heavens. It's a pity that your era has passed. There are already supreme existences in the boundless universe. I look forward to your clash. The blue-robed man smiled and said in a meaningful tone. Within the resplendent Milky Way, Zhou Xuanji and the other two stepped on the tiny stars as if they were walking up a flight of stairs. Demon Sovereign Qiyu looked around and said excitedly, "There's a lot of court realm aura here. It's enough for you to collect as much as you want." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "No, this should be the court realm alliance, just like the Thunder Alliance. I can't do as I please." He could sense some powerful auras hidden in the dark. He felt that even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts were powerful. There were at least 7 or 8 great sovereigns. And there was more than one. Or else why would the court realms gather together so openly and reveal themselves? Sovereign Yeyue nodded and said, looking at Demon Sovereign Qiyu with disdain. Demon Sovereign Qiyu chuckled and looked into the distance. Following his gaze, there was a gigantic star surrounded by a river of stars. It was extremely majestic. This giant star was transparent, and there seemed to be a gigantic beast twisting within it. It looked like a dragon at one moment and a tiger at another. Chapter 949. What's inside? Demon Sovereign Qiyu pointed at the giant star and asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and said with a smile, "A trapped beast. Someone placed it here intentionally to show off his victory trophy." "What's his cultivation?" Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked. "More powerful than you," Zhou Xuanji replied. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and was stunned. Sovereign Yiyu covered her mouth and smiled. They continued to move forward, enjoying the magnificent scenery. "Stop!" A silhouette appeared on the Star River stairs. He wore mighty silver armor and held a broadaxe in his hand. His body was glowing with a silver radiance, and he looked extremely majestic with a furious expression. Zhou Xuanji did not stop and asked, "Can you introduce this domain to me?" "How dare you!" The silver-armored silhouette roared furiously. He swung his broadaxe at Zhou Xuanji. His sovereign divine power turned into an unstoppable crescent that shook the Star River stairs. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the crescent exploded. Streaks of silver light shot out from his body and came before the silver-armored silhouette in the blink of an eye. "Greatly Avatar!" He slashed with his sword. The silver armor shattered, and he was killed by the Greatly Avatar. "Well done!" Demon Sovereign Qiyu cried out in excitement. He should be so domineering. The other party attacked without giving him any face. He deserved to be killed. "This is going to be a good show," Sovereign Yiyu said softly. Venerable Yiyu said in a low voice. As the sound of her voice faded, terrifying auras gathered from all directions, sealing this part of the universe. Circles of light appeared out of nowhere, and a silhouette walked out from each of them. Each of them emanated a powerful aura, and they were all above the great sovereigns of the 3 courts. The leader was a 3-eyed man wearing green armor and a heavy helmet. He was expressionless as he stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly. "You dare to cause trouble in the All-Stars domain. Do you know what you are doing?" The 3-eyed man snorted coldly. The third eye on his forehead kept moving as though it was another person's eye that was observing the universe independently. All-Stars domain? Zhou Xuanji looked around the universe and thought. The spiritual qi here was abundant, and there were so many courts. It was a good place to stay. He could not keep running around in the endless universe. Should I stay here? Such a thought appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind. "I'm talking to you." The 3-eyed man roared. He slammed out with his palm, and the space around Zhou Xuanji distorted. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt his body being squeezed by the space around him. However, with the strength of his body, it was not a problem at all. He shook his shoulder and dispersed the invisible pressure. He smiled and said, "Are you the lord of the astral domains?" The three-eyed man's pupils shrank as he was secretly shocked. Who the hell was this guy? Facing his divine ability, he was actually able to break it so easily. It was too terrifying. Who exactly are you? What do you want? The three-eyed man asked in a deep voice. He could not help but feel nervous. The other party was definitely not a good person. This might be a great crisis for their astral domain. The other great sovereigns also became nervous. They could see that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. I was just passing by. I suddenly felt that this place is pretty good. Do you guys need a master? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He went straight to the point and spoke his mind. Fiend Venerate Qiyu became even more excited when he heard that. Domineering. As expected of his master. Venerable Night Moon couldn't help but carefully observe the star field. The environment here was indeed not bad and was worth settling down in. When the nearby Grand Supremes heard this, they all flew into a rage. How dare you? You're too arrogant. Kill him. Who the hell is this guy? He's so arrogant. Let's get into formation. Could he be someone from Cardinal Heaven? Hearing the great sovereign's words, Zhou Xuanji caught a glimpse of Cardinal Heaven. He immediately asked, "Cardinal Heaven? Have you seen him before?" When the three-eyed man heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. He heaved a sigh of relief and replied, "Cardinal Heaven has been revived for some time. He is currently recruiting troops in an attempt to conquer the northern boundless continent. His subordinates are all powerful, and we met one of them before." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He knew that Cardinal Heaven wanted to unify the boundless world, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. It seemed that the corpses he encountered before were not the work of a Cardinal Heaven. That's right. With the rallying power of a Cardinal Heaven, it was unknown how many experts would scramble to worship him with a wave of his arm. Since you already understand the situation in the boundless world, do you think you can resist a Cardinal Heaven? Zhou Xuanji stared at the three-eyed man and asked meaningfully. The three-eyed man heard him and was immediately moved. He asked with gritted teeth, "I can't, but can you?" "That's right. I can." Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and said with a domineering smile. He activated the sword fusion technique and pushed his aura to the peak, which shook the star's domain. The three-eyed man was not intimidated. Instead, he became even more furious. He waved his hand and said, "Are you kidding me? Kill him. Get into formation." Yes. Hundreds of great sovereigns responded in unison. All of them turned into stars and circled around Zhou Xuanji and the other two at high speed. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt like the world was spinning around them. They looked left and right. Waves of different levels of pressure descended and rose one after another. It was a very strange feeling. Soon, Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt uncomfortable. They felt that their souls were about to be stripped away at any moment. What's going on? Demon Sovereign Qiyu cried out in fear. He could not control his sovereign divine power. It was very torturous. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. The Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared above his head. Countless sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the three. The sword tips pointed outward, forming a gigantic shadow sphere. Boom! The sword shadows exploded and clashed with the rapidly circling stars. Countless radiance shone brightly in the star's domain. Zhou Xuanji leaped up suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as though he had never left. He charged into the explosion straightaway and slashed with the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. The three-eyed man's expression changed drastically. He immediately raised his hand to block. His sovereign divine power created a barrier of light to block Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. The sword qi clashed with the high-speed meteor but did not break the formation. The hundreds of great sovereigns were still circling at high speed and were not affected at all. "You are courting death!" The three-eyed man roared with a hideous face. He spread out his arms, and a green shadow soared up with two gigantic sabers in each hand and slashed forward. The two gigantic sabers expanded rapidly and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji dodged, Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue would either die or be severely injured. He looked up suddenly, and his black hair danced wildly in the powerful wind. The thousand-hand sword Buddha rose up and blocked the sabers with its shoulders. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened as a silver radiance shot out from his eyes and swept across. After the silver radiance dissipated, countless sword shadows hovered in the air. Each of them had their own merits. Delusion Sword C. The three-eyed man opened his eyes wide. He felt that the time around him had slowed down. Time source. This guy. He was enraged by Zhou Xuanji. He was the Star Domain Lord. How could he lose? Chapter 950. The three-eyed man was furious, and he once again controlled the green silhouette to slash at Zhou Xuanji. This time, the green silhouette's saber swings became more frenzied. The two sabers slashed wildly, wanting to destroy the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was getting taller and taller, and the dreamy thought sea of swords was still seething. Countless sword shadows attacked one after another. The meteors formed by the Grand Supremes weren't affected by the sword shadows and sword qi. From time to time, they would crash into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, riddling it with holes. This formation was very powerful. It looked simple, but it was ever-changing and indestructible. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't break the formation. Zhou Xuanji couldn't see through this array even with the exterminating divine eyes. Amazing, no wonder they have the confidence to resist a cardinal heaven force. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed in his heart. Not only did he want to obtain the star multitude domain, but he also wanted this array. With that thought, he gripped the Holy Ghost cursed sword tightly. Holy Ghost, curse. His eyes were cold as he mobilized the true power of the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Court overturning was a technique that could overturn an entire world. It represented the power of a great supreme. The power of the myriad flowers origin court was a power that surpassed grand sovereigns. He had never truly used the power of the myriad flowers origin court, and the most important reason was that he had yet to find a suitable opponent. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the Holy Ghost cursed sword, causing the hearts of those who heard it to palpitate. The three-eyed man widened his eyes, looking at the Holy Ghost cursed sword. He suddenly felt uneasy. What sword is that? He gulped. The green figure's attack did not stop, but it could not stop the thousand-hand sword Buddha from rising. Accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls, the Holy Ghost cursed sword emitted a strange black aura and suddenly exploded, like a black light wave sweeping across the universe. In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing. The three-eyed man was like that, and so were Supremacy Qiyu and Supremacy Yiyu. Even the great supremes who were in the midst of arranging their arrays stopped. Other than Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was surrounded by the black qi. "This is, Fiend Venerable Qiyu screamed in horror. As his voice fell, the black gas around him and Venerable Yiyu suddenly disappeared. However, those Grand Supremes were terrified. The power of the curse was eating away at their divine power and invading their souls. They couldn't isolate it, they could only slow it down. The Holy Ghost cursed sword's power surpassed the Holy Ghost itself. The Holy Ghost was only a puppet, and it had not completely released its curse power. Now, with the help of the supreme legendary sword system, the power of the curse was completely unleashed. Impossible, the three-eyed man was shocked. He struggled with all his might, wanting to throw off the curse power. However, the more he struggled, the faster the curse power invaded his body. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes, all of which were scenes of his misfortune. All kinds of tragic deaths forced their way into his eyes, stimulating his soul. Zhou Xuanji came up to him and placed the tip of his sword on his throat. "You can't defeat me," he said with a faint smile, "submit to me." The power of the curse was extremely crafty, and even in the boundless universe, there were very few powers that could resist it. Unless the level of power surpassed the power of the curse. The three-eyed man became more and more terrified. He fell into a great battle, not knowing what to do. Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced into his chest, and the curse power was like a ferocious tiger that had broken out of its cage. It was unstoppable, and his expression greatly changed. "I submit. I submit." The three-eyed man immediately cried out, his expression filled with despair. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not stop immediately. He waited for a while before sheathing his sword. The power of the curse disappeared, and the entire universe regained its peace. All the grand sovereigns had frightened expressions on their faces, as if they had just survived a disaster. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in their eyes. "Who was this guy? Tell me your name." Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the three-eyed man disdainfully and smiled. His smile was peaceful, but in the eyes of the three-eyed man, it was a horrifying murderous intent. "Jin Cheng." The three-eyed man gritted his teeth and replied. His entire body trembled, unable to calm down for a long time. The power of the curse was too terrifying, causing him to have lingering fears. He instinctively wanted to get away from Zhou Xuanji, but his body was extremely stiff and could not move. "Jin Cheng? Sure, you will still be the domain lord of the stars, but there will be an extra me above you," Zhou Xuanji said as he patted Jin Cheng's shoulder. Hearing this, Jin Cheng forced a smile. When the surrounding Grand Supremes saw that Jin Cheng had surrendered, they didn't dare to say anything. They were very angry, but they shuddered at the thought of the power of the curse. Demon Sovereign Qiyu was very excited. He kept howling as though he was the winner. Sovereign Yiyu's eyes were fixed on the Holy Ghost cursed sword. She was recalling the power of the curse. "Greetings, Master," Jin Cheng cupped his fist and said with difficulty. At this moment, he wished he could find a spatial crack to hide in. He was too ashamed to face his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the Grand Sovereigns. "You are very angry today, but you will be very proud in the future. Wait for me to lead you to the peak." He laughed presumptuously and was in high spirits. Ever since he learned the godly bodiless state, his temperament had been changing. He used to be calm and collected, but now, he was gradually revealing his arrogance. This arrogance was not inflated but the awakening of his cultivation level. The post-ancient sovereign three heavens and the ancient absolute geniuses were all arrogant because their cultivation level was above all living beings. Master has mastered so many court realms at once. He is really soaring. Demon Sovereign Qiyu said to Sovereign Yiyu in amazement. His tone was filled with admiration. Sovereign Yiyu nodded and said, "This will be the first step for Master to charge into the post-ancient sovereign three heavens." After that, under Jin Cheng's lead, Zhou Xuanji and the other two entered the star's domain. Each star here contained a world. Among them, there were more than 100 true court realms. Some were giant stars, and some were just grains of sand. It was very difficult to see through them. Jin Cheng led Zhou Xuanji to his palace. After Zhou Xuanji sat on his throne, he took a deep breath and cupped his fist as he asked, "Master, I have yet to know your name." Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "Zhou Xuanji, the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Having heard this, Jin Cheng opened his 3 eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji. You are the eternal prodigy who learned the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao? Jin Cheng cried out in surprise. His voice was trembling. Rainbow Qin Saint Lord was a senior to him, and the Thunder Alliance was a transcendent force. The Stars domain also had dealings with them, so he had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, I need to understand the Stars domain. Can you introduce it to me personally? Since he wanted to control the Stars domain, he could not just talk about it. He wanted to understand the Stars domain and hold it firmly in his hands. Jin Cheng's attitude changed, and he quickly introduced it to Zhou Xuanji. The Stars domain had existed for countless years. At first, several great sovereigns had similar personalities, so they gathered the court realms together. Later on, more and more people joined, and the Stars domain became prosperous today. Jin Cheng's cultivation had reached the 7 court great sovereigns. He was extremely powerful, and he had 166 great sovereigns under him. Chapter 951. The Stars domain was very complicated. Zhou Xuanji only understood it after listening to Jin Cheng for a few months. He cracked his neck and said, Next, I will preach the Tao for the astral domain. Everyone can listen, including you. Preach the Tao. Jin Cheng was stunned. Just when he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji spoke first. Everyone in the Star realm, listen up. I'm the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. From today onwards, I'm the master of the Star realm. As newcomers, I will preach the Tao to all of you. I hope that all of you will be enlightened. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the Stars domain, allowing all creatures in the world to hear it. Before anyone could react, he began to recite the ancestral voice. Jin Cheng originally had some doubts, but when he heard the ancestral voice, he was moved. What exquisite language! He was soon immersed in it. Outside the hall, Fiend Supremacy Scarlet Brilliance and Supremacy Night Moon were also meditating on the spot, quietly comprehending. The ancestral voice was enough to raise Zhou Xuanji's image in everyone's hearts. Time flew by. About 100 years passed. Zhou Xuanji stopped speaking the ancestral voice. All beings wanted to continue. Jin Cheng opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed, saying, Master, your cultivation is truly impressive. What language was that just now? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I can't say. You can go now, I have other arrangements. Yes. Jin Cheng left with excitement in his heart. Just this ancestral voice alone was a great opportunity for the multi-star domain. He could see the light now. With Zhou Xuanji, the star range domain would grow stronger. The hall quietened down again. Zhou Xuanji raised his right index finger, and Xian Xianghua and Red Dust Sovereign appeared in the hall. The 2 girls were stunned and subconsciously looked around. This place is? Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She could feel that the aura here was very different. It was thick and warm. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, Stars Field. There are over 100 courts here. Who wants to take it? The 2 women widened their eyes when they heard this. More than 100 heavenly courts. How long had it been? The forces under him had already expanded to such an extent? Even if we want to, we don't have the strength. Autarch Crimson Dust shook his head. It was already difficult enough for them to control the true Su court realm, just the thought of controlling the multi-star domain as well was enough to give her an enormous amount of pressure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, That's true. So, you have to integrate into the multi-star domain first. I will let you take up positions first. I will send an outer soul clone to accompany you so that you won't be wronged. He was prepared to release the 3 realms in his soul and communicate with the other realms. In the following period of time, he would think of a way to integrate the star's domain. However, with his cultivation level, it was almost impossible for him to do so. If even the current incarnation of the Supreme of the 7 Courts could not do it, how could he? In other words, he had to protect the myriad stars' domain, and it would be difficult for him to escape. In order to prevent his enemies from detecting him, he decided to leave his doppelganger behind and hide his true body in the absolute time realm. This way, he could avoid being tracked by his enemies. Of course, nothing was absolute. No matter what, he couldn't keep running. Just as Zhou Xuanji was making arrangements for the 2 women, the star domain was already in an uproar. All creatures were talking about the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The merit of the ancestral sound made it so that none of the living beings rejected him. On the contrary, they were very passionate about him. All the great sovereigns announced to the realms and the various star realms that from now on, Zhou Xuanji would be the master of the star's domain. This caused a huge uproar. Zhou Xuanji forcefully entered the history of the various worlds. In the star's domain, Zhou Xuanji also learned a lot about the endless universe. The endless universe was divided into 4 parts: East Endless, North Endless, South Endless, and West Endless. Each of the 4 directions had an undying overlord, and among them were the ancient geniuses. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had been resurrected and were fighting on their own. The Cardinal Heaven was fighting for the North Endless, which included the myriad domain Devil Lair and the star's domain. The Hunyuan Heaven was fighting in the South Endless, and its momentum was no weaker than the Cardinal Heaven. Among them, the ancient geniuses were the overlords of the West Endless. The 4 directions and the endless universe were boundless. Other than that, there were still many unknown territories that were constantly expanding. In the endless universe, there were many unimaginable existences. Especially those who survived from the ancient sovereign era. They were unimaginable gods. It was said that because of their existence, the endless universe could no longer be unified. Those ancient existences overturned the ancient sovereign era and did not want to repeat the same mistakes. The ancient geniuses were restrained by them and could not rule the 4 directions and endless. After Zhou Xuanji learned about all this, he became even more interested in the endless universe. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had already begun to rise. As a Hongmeng Heaven, how could he bear the loneliness? He arranged for his out-of-soul clone to vigorously promote the communication between the various halls. The superstar competition had also officially landed in the star's domain. This grand event soon attracted the interest of all living beings. Countless geniuses were eager to participate. In the star's palace, Jin Cheng respectfully looked at Zhou Xuanji's out-of-soul clone and reported the development and changes of the star's domain. Now, he had long forgotten the humiliation from before. Instead, he was very excited. Before Zhou Xuanji's arrival, he only thought about how to live in peace and how to plunder the living beings that came and went. Now, the entire star's domain was full of vigor and flourishing. Even the great sovereigns were working hard to cultivate. He had not felt such positivity for a long time. Master, there's a domain nearby. It's much larger than our star's domain. Its master's cultivation has reached the great sovereign of the 9 halls. He's very domineering. Every once in a while, we must pay tribute to him. After we rejected the Cardinal Heaven's recruitment, there was no trouble because of him. Jin Cheng changed the topic. His face turned ugly at the mention of the great sovereign of the 9 halls. There was fear, anger, and most of all, hatred. In order to protect the star's domain, he had received a lot of humiliation. Of course, these humiliation were not known to his subordinates. The 2 domains were far apart. The stars' domain did not know of each other's existence. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "Great sovereign of the 9 halls? In the endless universe, is this cultivation considered top-notch?" He had long felt that there was another realm above the great sovereign. The godly blank state was the best proof. Jin Cheng said hesitantly, "It should be. Otherwise, how could that guy hold back so many powerful cultivators under the cardinal heaven?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "You mean the tribute time is coming soon?" Jin Cheng nodded. His eyes were filled with anticipation. "What do you want me to do? Continue to pay tribute or overthrow him?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. Jin Cheng smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course, it's up to you to decide." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let's ignore them for now. We won't be enemies with them for now. Compared to them, the cardinal heaven is a greater threat. We must be vigilant." Jin Cheng thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. That domain happened to hold back the cardinal heaven. Send someone to check on the situation. If there's an opportunity, we will take advantage of it, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Jin Cheng nodded. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze. Chapter 952. Who? Come out. Jin Cheng shouted in a deep voice as he scanned the entire hall. A burst of soft laughter came, and Zhou Xuanji heard it, and his expression became a little unnatural. Divine Star. Why is this guy here again? Shen Nianqing appeared by Zhou Xuanji's side out of thin air. She bent down and reached out to pick up a strand of Zhou Xuanji's hair. She said with a smile, "You are really amazing. You have become the domain lord of the stars." Jin Cheng turned around and roared furiously, "How dare you!" Although he spoke, he did not attack. Since the other party could appear beside Zhou Xuanji, he was definitely not someone he could deal with. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Shen Nianqing and said, "What? You want to catch me again?" Now, he was not afraid of Shen Nianqing. Shen Nianqing shook her head and said with a smile, "How can I be willing to capture you? I'm here to congratulate you and help you by the way." Zhou Xuanji did not believe it. There was definitely something fishy going on. "You are really arrogant. You need to rely on my strength to deal with a cardinal heaven expert." Shen Nianqing curled her lips and said. Her eyes rolled around, looking mischievous. She said meaningfully, "Zhou Xuanji, do you know how many cardinal heaven beings are more powerful than you? In all directions, how powerful are the great sovereigns of the 9 court?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stared at her, waiting for her to continue. "The ruler of the court realm is just the beginning in the boundless universe. You're still far from it. In the future, I'll follow you." Shen Nianqing rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji before turning around and walking toward the train. She waved her sleeves and ordered, "Lad, arrange a place for me to stay. I want a secluded place with good scenery." Jin Cheng was stunned and looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and left. After the two disappeared, Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. If Shen Nianqing came to help him, it was estimated that she had another intention. But this was good as well. With her around, Zhou Xuanji's pressure would be greatly reduced. After the thought, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. His original body was in the absolute time realm, and it was only an extra soul doppelganger. After Shen Nianqing joined the star field, it did not cause too much of a stir, and all living beings did not know of her arrival. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally send some elite disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range to study in the stars realm, including his children and grandchildren. Zhou Tianyuan had already entered the myriad stars domain's strongest sacred ground, and Jin Cheng had also become one of his teachers. This arrangement made Jin Cheng very excited. As long as he took good care of Zhou Tianyuan, he could become Zhou Xuanji's trusted aide. If one day, Zhou Tianyuan took over Zhou Xuanji's position, wouldn't he be able to achieve meteoric success as well? Thinking of this possibility, Jin Cheng worked even harder, wholeheartedly cultivating Zhou Tianyuan. Absolute Time Realm. Jiang Shui snuggled in Zhou Xuanji's arms and enjoyed the rare moment of solitude. The astral domain is so big. It's hard to manage. Zhou Xuanji had been nurturing them, including the Emperor Sword Divine Range. But his pace was too fast. Even if they tried their best, they could hardly keep up with him. Even though Xian Xianghua was connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes, she could not follow him closely. Zhou Xuanji comforted, "Don't you have me? Take your time." He couldn't stop. He wanted to rush even faster. Jiang Shui looked up at him and smiled charmingly. "Do you want another son?" Zhou Tanhua was very promising. He was already independent. Zhou Shaoxian, on the other hand, was a little jumpy and impatient. She needed more training. So, she suddenly wanted to give birth to another child for Zhou Xuanji to share his burden. Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and said with a smile, "Why have so many children? Be careful of internal strife in the future." Now, he only had 2 children. He would not neglect any of them. But if he had too many children, there would always be neglect. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, "My children won't kill each other." Zhou Xuanji smiled and hugged her even tighter. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. After relaxing for so long, it was time to do something serious. On the Star River stairs, Zhou Xuanji walked slowly. Jin Cheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu followed behind him. "Master, you must be careful of the Million Dragon Great Technique of the Dragon Follower Domain. That formation is even more powerful than our Astral Multitude formation," Jin Cheng reminded. He had challenged the Dragon Follower Domain before but failed. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously, "Is the Dragon Follower Domain so powerful that Cardinal Heaven cannot devour them? Or is it that Cardinal Heaven is not as invincible as I thought?" Jin Cheng smiled and said, "Although Cardinal Heaven has revived, it is still far from the pinnacle. Those who dominate a region are prideful and arrogant. Why would they submit to him? Now, Cardinal Heaven can only be considered a top-notch leader below the endless overlords. It was not the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens after all." Countless living beings admired the legends of their predecessors, and many wanted to surpass them. According to what you said, the Dragon Follower Domain has just repelled the Cardinal Heaven's minions and is now collecting tributes from the surrounding domains to recuperate. My goal is not to defeat the Dragon Follower Domain but to intimidate them. Cardinal Heaven will surely make a comeback, so the Dragon Follower Domain must reconsider whether to offend us again, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile as he looked ahead. If they are smart, they might ally with us to fight against Cardinal Heaven. Jin Cheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu nodded. This was the best situation. Cardinal Heaven was also their enemy. More accurately, they were the enemy of the entire Northern Endless Realm. No one willingly submitted. Moreover, what the Cardinal Heaven wanted wasn't submission, but destruction and revenge. The Star River staircase was very long. It was specially built by the Dragon Follower Domain to make it easier to find the Star's domain. Not only here, but there were also Star River staircases between the Dragon Follower Domain and other domains. The silhouette of the Dragon Follower Domain could already be seen ahead. From a distance, it looked like a place where a group of dragons resided. Countless dragon silhouettes coiled around a gigantic ball of light. The boundless vitality could not be concealed at all. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in amazement. There were many living beings in the Dragon Follower Domain, and they were generally more powerful than the Star's domain. No wonder it could reign supreme over the 8 Directions domain. There was an aura that was very prominent in the Dragon Follower Domain. Even from such a distance, Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Very powerful. 9 halls great sovereigns indeed. Zhou Xuanji felt a little excited suddenly. He wanted to test the difference between him and the 9 halls great sovereigns. Without godly blankness, he would not be able to defeat the 9 halls great sovereigns. This was why he was so excited. So powerful. Has he already discovered us? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked anxiously. The further they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Jin Cheng did not reply. He was nervous too. Zhou Xuanji suddenly disappeared in front of them, which stunned them. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji appeared above the dragon follower domain. He looked down at the vast dragon silhouettes, and his purple eyes flashed with fervor. He raised his right hand with the Holy Ghost cursed sword and was about to slash down. You want to attack the moment you come? You are too forceful. A sonorous and furious voice came, as though the sun was exploding. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the surrounding space was heating up rapidly. Chapter 953. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the shadow of a dragon soaring into the sky. A ball of black flames burned on the dragon's head. A god stood within the black flames. He wore a Qilin red leaf armor and was muscular. He had a head full of wild black hair, and his eyes were so big that they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. He held 2 gigantic spiked hammers in his hands, which looked extremely savage. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His murderous intent almost materialized into the black flames around him, burning fiercely. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said with a smile, "Rumor has it that there are great sovereigns of the 9 halls in the dragon follower domain. I'm here to learn from you." After that, he slashed down with his sword. 9 sword souls appeared out of nowhere. Some looked savage while others looked mighty. All of them turned into sword shadows that swept toward the red-armored god in a flash. The red-armored god swung his hammers to block the 9 sword souls. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. After the sword souls exploded, the curse's power seeped out and invaded his body. He immediately expelled the curse's power, but this power was very tricky, and he could not expel it by force. In that instant, he used his sovereign's divine power to suppress the curse's power before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. Once the battle began, he became hysterical and did not care about anything else. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur, and he was sent flying backward. But after flying a few thousand meters, Zhou Xuanji stopped. The red-armored god opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's body to be so powerful. Even he felt pain from that collision. This guy must be eliminated. The red-armored god's eyes turned savage as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. This time, Zhou Xuanji used his full power. Under the sword fusion technique, his aura reached its peak. Facing the red-armored god, he charged toward him head-on. He slashed with his full power, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword landed on the 2 hammers. The berserk power numbed the red-armored god's arms. He cried out in his heart, "What kind of power is this?" It was his first time encountering someone with such a horrifying physical strength. Most importantly, the curse's power was still wreaking havoc in his body, ravaging him. Zhou Xuanji pursued. He did not pursue speed but power. Even so, he was still very fast. Without any divine abilities and with just the sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji completely suppressed the red-armored god and caught him off guard. The surrounding stars were crushed by the shockwaves caused by the battle, and the dragon's shadow below wantonly twisted. Dragon's rampage. Far away, Jin Cheng and Qiyu were speechless when they saw that. Too strong. From their point of view, the universe space distorted violently, causing Long Tsong's domain to look hazy like a dream. Zhou Xuanji continuously attacked the red-armored deity, and soon, the red-armored deity's body was covered with blood. His body could be destroyed at any moment. His strength is too strong. I can't block it. No. You can't do this. The crimson-armored deity thought with gritted teeth as he defended against Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. Facing Zhou Xuanji's attacks, he could not use any divine abilities, and the curse power was still in effect. Every time the sword and hammer collided, the curse power in his body would become stronger. Right now, he would rather die than live. You're no match for me. Where's your master? Why hasn't he come out? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. He had already held back, or else he could have killed his opponent. The Supreme of the Nine Halls had yet to make a move, which made him feel a little strange. Was she not here, or was she looking down on him? How could I lose to you? The crimson-armored deity roared furiously. He shook his arms, and his body exploded. He took out his soul and dodged the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Zhou Xuanji turned around and activated Universal Attraction. At the same time, he activated the Soul Kunlun sword. The crimson-armored deity's soul was sucked away in an instant, and he could no longer move forward. You! He turned around and cried out in fear. Not only could his soul not escape, but his sovereign's divine energy was also being sucked away. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his divine energy. Since no one can save you, then die, Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The Soul Kunlun sword in his left hand sucked away the crimson-armored deity's soul while he raised the Holy Ghost cursed sword in his right hand, preparing to deal a fatal blow. The crimson-armored deity panicked completely, and despair filled his face. At this critical moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and kicked him in the chest. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward like an arrow, crashing through numerous dragon shadows. He looked up, and as he flew backward at high speed, he saw the other party's face. This person wore a long black and white robe and looked like a Taoist. His face was thin and resolute, and his eyes were cold. He was looking down at Zhou Xuanji with disdain, as though he was looking at an ordinary person. The Lord of the Dragon Follower Domain, Daozang Heart. His original form was a dragon, but no one knew what race he was. He was very powerful. In Jin Cheng's words, he had never been defeated before. Zhou Xuanji forcefully stabilized his body. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and charged toward Daozang Heart. Strands of blue wind coiled around Daozang Heart's body. The great sovereign of the 5 courts dares to fight against me, he said with a mocking smile. He raised his right hand and brought it before his eyes. His fingers were burning with blue flames. He waved lightly, and the blue flames fell down and transformed into a divine army that charged toward Zhou Xuanji with a roar. Zhou Xuanji sensed that the dark universe above him suddenly turned blue. He looked again and saw countless blue divine weapons appearing. Each of them was holding a different weapon, and they were unstoppable, as though the sky was collapsing. Kill! Billions of battle cries gathered together and were deafening. Even Zhou Xuanji was shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. Good timing. Zhou Xuanji laughed. He transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and soared up. Boom! The golden dragon broke through the blue divine army and charged toward Daozang Heart without any hesitation. However, before he could break through the blue divine army, he was stopped. The divine army at the last level was not any weaker than him. What divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji frowned. There were at least 1,000,000 divine weapons in this row, and each of them was as powerful as him? What kind of freakish divine ability was this? Daozang Heart stored the red-armored deity's soul in his palm and said coldly, "Trash, you are 1 stage higher than him, but you still can't defeat him." The red-armored deity was ashamed. Just when he wanted to explain, Daozang Heart's left hand grabbed him and stored him in his sleeve. Boom! 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 The blue divine army below was pierced through by thousands of giant golden swords. The thousand-hand sword Buddha stood up, and Zhou Xuanji stood on its head and stared at Daozang Heart. I know such a divine ability too. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Numerous silver duplicates flew out from his body and surrounded the thousand-hand sword Buddha's head. 1,000,000 Greatly avatars. He led the 1,000,000 greatly avatars and charged toward Daozang Heart like a meteor shower. Almost in an instant, he and his greatly clones were above Daozang's heart, surrounding it from all directions. Daozang Heart looked up without any change in his expression. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. So weak. He waved his right hand, and the blue flames on his fingers turned into streams of light. All the greatly avatars were destroyed instantly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed suddenly, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Daozang Heart appeared behind him and pressed down on his shoulder. Chapter 954. Daozang Xian's fingers were still burning with flames, and they quickly burned Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. His eyes were cold as he squinted at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are the new master of the star domain, right? You overestimate yourself. You dare to provoke the dragon follower domain with your little power." He squeezed his right hand hard. Boom! Zhou Xuanji exploded immediately, turning into countless sparks and scattering. Daozang Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to turn around, Zhou Xuanji's Holy Ghost curse sword pierced through his throat. The curse power madly invaded his bones and tendons. He did not panic. Instead, he unleashed his sovereign's divine power and forced Zhou Xuanji back. At the same time, he sealed his throat with blue flames. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Zhou Xuanji had suddenly disappeared, and even his divine sense could not detect him, making him feel quite shocked. A divine ability that Grand Supremes can't comprehend. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile before he disappeared again. Daozang rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His left hand ignited with a blue flame. He waved his arms fiercely, and violent blue flames rushed in all directions, burning space and annihilating natural laws. However, this domineering blue flame did not force Zhou Xuanji out. Zhou Xuanji was moving swiftly around the Taoist treasury's heart. This was a divine ability that he had only recently comprehended. It was very similar to the godless state, but it was a low-level version of the godless state. The difference in speed was like heaven and earth, but it was still enough to deal with a great supreme. He called it God's speed. In godly supreme speed, he could peek into the real world and stop at any time to give the enemy a surprise attack. Zhou Xuanji suddenly exited godly supreme speed and appeared above Daozang Xian's head, slashing down with his sword. Daozang Xian's head was hit by the Holy Ghost's cursed sword, and his hair became messy. However, his head was not split open. His expression was still grave and stern. He grabbed Zhou Xuanji's wrist and pulled it down. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He immediately tilted his head, and the exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes and shined on Daozang Xian. Daozang's heart instantly froze, unable to move. Zhou Xuanji leaped away and raised his right hand. Gathering the sovereign's divine power, he slashed down. Great Enlightenment God slash. The sword chi lit up the universe, and Daozang's heart was drowned by this majestic sword chi. The space around him collapsed. Zhou Xuanji did not stop but continued to use other divine abilities of the way of the sword. Countless sword chi and sword light shot toward Daozang's heart from different directions. Explosions sounded one after another, and the dragons below roared and twisted. The dragon follower domain seemed like it would be destroyed at any moment. Fiend Venerable Qi Yu and Jin Cheng watched from afar, their hearts pounding. Master is actually suppressing the heart of the Tao mysteries. Jin Cheng said with a face full of admiration. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was well aware of how terrifying the heart of Daozong was. Back then, when he faced Daozong Xian, he was utterly defeated. In that battle, Daozong Xian had deeply humiliated him, making the realm of stars become the slave of the realm of dragon follower. Now that Daozong Xian was at a disadvantage, how could he not be excited? Demon Sovereign Qiyu was fine. He had already built up his confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji continued to unleash divine abilities, but he felt that something was off. The aura of Daozong Xian remained in the midst of the explosion. It did not decrease nor increase, nor did it move. It was terrifyingly calm. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he had a guess in his heart. He immediately stopped. After the explosion subsided, the universe was in chaos. Space-time cracks were everywhere, swaying like glowing worms. "Come out," Zhou Xuanji said softly. Just when he spoke, strands of blue flames appeared on the tip of the Holy Ghost cursed sword and quickly formed into Daozong Xian's figure. Daozong Xian stood before Zhou Xuanji calmly and said, "Your divine ability is not bad. It gives off a feeling of godly stupor. Seems like your background is not simple." Godly stupor. This guy knew about it. It's a pity that it's not the true godly stupor. If you could learn it, you would be invincible. Even I would not be a match for you, Daozong Xian said seriously as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Then what was the divine ability you used just now?" He could tell that Daozong Xian was intimidated by godly stupor's speed and was asking for peace. "My innate divine ability, Hidden Heart Sacred Flame. As long as the sacred flame is not extinguished, I will not be extinguished. Wherever there is a sacred flame, I can appear there. And the sacred flame can be hidden in my heart, whether it's me or my enemies," Daozong Xian replied with a smile. His honesty further verified Zhou Xuanji's guess. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. What an amazing divine ability. Compared to godly stupor, the potential of the hidden heart sacred flame is equally great. This was from the bottom of his heart. With the hidden heart sacred flame, Daozong Xian could also be invincible. No wonder this guy could resist the pressure of a cardinal heaven. From today onwards, the All-Star domain and Longtsong domain will be on equal footing. You and I will work together to resist cardinal heaven. What do you think? Daozong Xian asked. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure. But if there's an opportunity, you and I will continue to spar." It's not easy to find great sovereigns of the 9 halls. Battling with Daozong Xian was thrilling, and he could learn many things. Okay. If so, let's enter the Longtsong domain as a guest, Daozong Xian said with a smile as he pointed downward. Zhou Xuanji had no objections and entered the Longtsong domain with Daozong Xian. He was not afraid of Daozong Xian's tricks. Although it was their first time fighting, he was sure of Daozong Xian's temperament. This person was a proud person. If he had evil intentions, he would definitely continue fighting. It was not Zhou Xuanji's first time meeting someone like this. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Daozong Xian fly into the Longtsong domain, Demon Sovereign Qiyu grew anxious. He looked at Jin Cheng and asked, "Should we follow them?" Jin Cheng frowned and said, "No need. We will only be a burden to him. Let's wait and see." Since Daozong Xian said those words, it should be true. After all, there are many powerhouses from other domains in the Longtsong domain. How can we convince the others if we go back on our words? Although no one flew out from the Longtsong domain, they believed that many powerful cultivators were hiding inside to watch the battle. The commotion of this battle was so great that anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to sense it. The two of them waited where they were. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji appeared before them and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's time to go back." With that, he took the lead and walked in the direction of the multi-star domain. "Master, how's the situation?" Jin Cheng caught up with him and asked curiously. Seeing Zhou Xuanji smile, their hearts itched as though they were being scratched by a cat. Zhou Xuanji replied, "We formed an alliance to advance and retreat together. We do not need to pay tribute to them. Moreover, the Longcong domain will provide us with resources to help the All-Star domain grow stronger." Having heard that, Jin Cheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu opened their eyes wide. Daozong Xian was so easy to talk to? Especially Jin Cheng, who was filled with suspicion. Could it be Daozong Xian's scheme? Chapter 955. Since he is so polite, could it be that Master has already defeated him? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously. There was no doubt that the heart of Dao scripture was powerful. When the heart of Daozong suddenly emerged from the Holy Ghost cursed sword, he was scared out of his wits. This kind of divine ability was truly mysterious and made people tremble in fear. Both he and Jin Cheng heard what Daozong Xian said. A divine ability that could hide in one's heart could be said to be impossible to guard against. No, I can't defeat him right now. Of course, he can't defeat me either. This is why we can form an alliance, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he squinted his eyes. He still needed to continue developing the godless state. It would be perfect if he could use the godly emptiness state in battle. Right now, he couldn't do it. He had to increase his cultivation. Daozong Xian is indeed powerful, but Master is even more powerful. You are only a supreme martial artist of the 5 courts, but he is a supreme martial artist of the 9 courts. Qiyu Demon Venerable sucked up to Meng Chao in a timely manner. When he heard this, he came back to his senses. That's right. Perhaps that was why Daozong Xian had compromised. An existence like Zhou Xuanji should not exist, he was enough to topple any powerhouse's understanding. Since he could not kill Zhou Xuanji, he might as well rope him in and forge a good relationship with him. Now that he understood this point, he felt at ease. His mood improved, and he began to imagine the future. With the help of the draconic domain, the multi-star domain would definitely become stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Daozong Xian was sitting alone in the splendid hall, leaning back on a chair and staring at the ceiling in silence. He muttered to himself, "Zhou Xuanji, just who are you?" Ethereal state. He had seen that state before, and it was an indescribably powerful one. He never imagined that such a state would appear on a grand sovereign. Now, he was filled with interest towards Zhou Xuanji. He was looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's background. After thinking for a long time, he took out a jade bead from his sleeve and crushed it. The powder drifted into the air, sparkling with specks of starlight. He looked at the powder and said softly, "Senior Zhu Kong, I need support." The powder instantly disappeared, no longer existing. After returning to the stars field, Zhou Xuanji observed the cultivation of Zhou Tianyuan and the others before entering absolute time to cultivate. According to what Daozong had said, it would take some time before the minions of the Cardinal Heaven experts made a comeback. It was said that the Cardinal Heaven experts had gathered all their subordinates for an unknown reason. However, there was one thing that was clear. The Northern Limitless Realm would be even more difficult in the future. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert recovered to his peak, it would be a catastrophe for the North and even the entire endless universe. Although Daozong Xian was ambitious, he knew that survival was the most important thing. As for his ambitions, he would have to wait until he survived this disaster. While Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, his fame began to spread throughout the northern Boundless continent. Becoming the disciple of the Rainbow Qin sage. Dominate the stars domain. The Great War Dao hid the heart and was undefeated. These things were enough to make Zhou Xuanji famous in the north. One must know that Daozong Xian was a formidable character in the northern limitless territory, and Hong Qin sage was a senior. More and more living beings came to the All-Stars domain. Now, the All-Stars domain was no longer sealed and welcomed other living beings as guests. Zhou Xuanji wanted to turn the All-Stars domain into a central domain like the Thunder Alliance and Yen Alliance. He wanted to exchange resources and treat it as a cultivation sanctuary. This kind of alliance could attract living beings from all kinds of backgrounds and build up connections. Only then would it be able to survive. With Zhou Xuanji's help, Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya discussed development strategies with Jincheng. Although their cultivation wasn't good, with Zhou Xuanji's backing, no one dared to offend them, including Jincheng. The Kunlun Origin Court, Zhensu Court Realm, and Zhanlanting Realm were also growing. Every day, a steady stream of resources would be poured into the three realms. In Zhou Xuanji's heart, the three realms were the most important. As for the All-Stars domain, it couldn't be taken away. It could be developed but not as the top priority. Life returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji cultivated every day and occasionally came out to preach the Tao to the living beings under him. His ancestral voice could inspire all living beings. Preaching the Tao again and again made him gradually deified in the hearts of all living beings in the All-Stars domain. The magic of the ancestral voice also attracted more and more living beings to come and watch. Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao every 100 years to attract living beings and improve the status of the All-Stars domain. He was also worried that the ancestral voice would attract unnecessary trouble. But he had the spirit void state. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the ancestral voice couldn't be learned. This was what Shen Nianqing told him. Shen Nianqing also supported him to do so. In this way, she could also listen to the Tao. She was naturally happy. This day, Zhou Xuanji returned to the All-Stars Palace. Just as he was about to take a seat, Shen Nianqing barged in. Behind her, Sovereign Hongchen followed closely. "Brat, can you control her? If she pesters me again, I will kill her," Shen Nianqing said, gnashing her teeth. Sovereign Hongchen, who was behind her, stared at her expressionlessly. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Can't you tell me where her sister is?" Shen Nianqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted, "Dead. I ate her. How many times do I ask, it's still the same answer." Sovereign Hongchen frowned. He took a step forward and said, "I don't believe it. I can feel that she is still alive." Shen Nianqing's face was full of impatience. She angrily said, "Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" She took a step and came before Sovereign Hongchen, placing her right palm on her forehead. "Okay, you go down first." "I will talk to her," Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, signaling Shen Nianqing to leave first. Shen Nianqing could only wave her sleeves and leave. Sovereign Hongchen walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said, "She is Nianqing, right?" She was so entangled, but Shen Nianqing didn't hurt her, which made her more convinced. "It should be, but she's not the same as before. Don't bother her anymore, it's useless. Spend more time on cultivation, and when you're stronger than her, won't you be able to answer your questions?" Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. He didn't know why Shen Nianqing wanted to deny her identity, but it didn't matter. The past is the past. Zhou Xuanji would figure it all out sooner or later. He hoped that mortal sovereign could remain calm. Supreme Crimson Dust nodded and said, "I recently came across a fortuitous encounter and want to give it a try. What do you think?" After saying that, she flipped open her right palm. It was a piece of wood the size of a fingernail. It was dark green and had a strange character engraved on it. It was hard to read. There's a map hidden inside. I felt the same aura as the star pincher. I just wanted to confirm it again. I want to go to that place now. Mortal Sovereign said as he handed the dark green wood piece to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took the dark green wood piece and sent his divine will into it. Immediately afterward, a vast starry sky map appeared in his mind, and there was an extremely prominent red dot in the center that attracted his divine consciousness. This aura, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He found that the aura in the map was very similar to that of the fated Fate Pearl. Is there any connection between the two? He immediately became interested and began to study the starry sky map. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.